current resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2027, which is the first step to unlock the reconciliation process. First, let me thank the ranking member, but also every colleague for your time, for, I'm sure, making some scheduling changes, and my apologies for any inconvenience. Again, to my ranking member, thank you for working with us to develop a structure for this markup that closely follows what we've done in the past, with the goal to have a markup where both sides will have an opportunity to debate the framework for the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2027. And again, thanks to everybody for your cooperation. Consistent with the agreement that I've reached with Mr. Boyle, without objection, and I'll go through a series of points. The ranking member, Mr. Boyle, and I will each have 5 minutes to make opening statements. After opening statements, we'll have 10 minutes for a technical and factual question, and I want to emphasize technical questions to address to the majority staff regarding the budget resolution. The document will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The amendments considered by the committee will be those submitted pursuant to the agreement I made with Ranking Member Boyle. Debate time for each amendment will be limited to 10 minutes. Debate time will be evenly divided between the sponsor of the amendment and the member opposed. The proponent of the amendment will have 1 minute reserved at the end to close. The chairman may be authorized to declare recess at any time, and the committee roll any request for a roll call vote on an amendment. I would like to thank everyone joining us here today as we undergo the most important duty of this committee, and in accordance with the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, considering the annual concurrent budget resolution. Okay, now I'm going to yield myself such time as I may need, and then I'm going to let you have as much time in fairness as you may need, Mr. Ranking Member and my friend. So good to see you this morning. A little context. I always think that's important for our discussions. After 4 years of lawlessness, incompetence, and what I think most Americans believe was a radical agenda, after suffering one self-inflicted crisis after another, from the border chaos to the cost of living crisis, 40-year high inflation, to the projection of weakness on the world stage, the American people said enough. In 2024, the historic election, the American people overwhelmingly elected Donald Trump and unified Republican leadership here in Washington. From day one, President Trump has hit the ground at Mach speed and moved with more purpose and urgency than any president in modern history, certainly in my lifetime. He has secured the border and stopped the flow of crime, criminals, and drugs that have been pouring into our communities and threatening the safety of our families. He has rebuilt the military, refocused the military not on woke ideology, but on war fighting, on providing for the common defense, and restoring peace through strength. He stopped the unfair trade practices that were perpetrated on our great nation, leveled the playing field for our farmers and ranchers and manufacturers and our workers. He declared war on fraud. $1 million every minute of every hour of every day for a year is what is leaking in fraud out of the people's government. And he has a whole of government attack on that $500+ billion a year in fraud. He's ended the gravy train, free rider, foreign dependence on America's defense, and a whole lot of other things that are making America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. For our part, Republicans in Congress passed the first reconciliation bill. No help from our Democrat colleagues to stop what would be the largest tax hike in history. But we advanced what was the largest tax cut in history, providing permanent tax relief to hardworking Americans. We also, in reconciliation, one, ended the Green New disaster that was crushing American families, consumers with high energy prices, and weakening our country. So we're restoring American energy dominance. We rooted out record savings in waste, fraud, and abuse. $1.6 trillion, that's twice as much as any Congress in the history of the United States. And I think probably most importantly, we made the largest investment in the history of our country in national defense and border security. So we boosted the pay of our troops along with their morale. And most importantly, we strengthened our military to provide for the common defense. All of this in the face of what I believe is unprecedented Democrat obstruction. So let me make that case. Exhibit A, the first longest shutdown in America's history. We had an agreement. We put forward a clean continuing resolution to fund the government. That is, we said, let's fund the government at what we agreed to fund it last year until we agree on how we're going to fund it this year. The Democrats said no, for the first time ever, and shut the government down. Here were their demands. Repeal the safeguards for the American tax dollars to stop them from flowing to people who are not eligible or who are here illegally or are capable of working who refuse to work. So repealing the work that we did to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, that was their demand. Secondly, and later in the process, they demanded that we extend a COVID-era fraud-ridden program that had defrauded taxpayers by the tens of billions of dollars. Those were their unreasonable and ridiculous demands. Fast forward, government shutdown 2. Democrats held hostage the American people's safety and the Department of Homeland Security. Our Coast Guardsmen who protect our ports. Our Border Patrol who stand in the gap and risk their lives to defend our sovereign border. CISA agents who protect us against cyber attacks. All of it shut down because of the, what I would say is unserious and even dangerous demands that would have returned our country back to wide open border chaos, and it would have imperiled the safety of our law enforcement. We had to use Reconciliation 2.0 just to fund Homeland Security. My Democrat colleagues would not do that unless we defunded ICE and CBP. So we had to use reconciliation as Republicans only, not a single Democrat, to open up Homeland and fund ICE and CBP. Not one Democrat voted to fund ICE and CBP. Now we're at Reconciliation 3.0. We still have obstruction. I think as recent as 2 days ago, maybe it was yesterday, Democrats in the Senate said no, collectively, to what is historically a bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act, which basically are the policies that undergird the entire Pentagon and America's military. They've also held up FISA, which is a critical tool for our intelligence agencies to protect the American people. And I can keep going down the list, but the message is loud and it is clear to me that we're not going to get any help from our Democrat colleagues to do what I believe are 2 critical things to finish the fight that we said we would undertake for the people who gave us unified Republican leadership. And here's the first and most important one. Support our troops in time of conflict. We can debate where we are, why we're there. You can't debate supporting our sons and daughters in uniform who salute the commander-in-chief and risk their lives for our freedom, for our security, for our ideals, for our interest, anywhere, anytime. This is a defense supplemental. It should be bipartisan. We should be able to work collectively to stand with our troops. It will not happen, ladies and gentlemen. And if we don't use reconciliation to just give baseline readiness, not Star Wars and Golden Dome and transformative modernizing of the military, just the bombs, bullets, and battlefield readiness for our men and women in uniform to finish the fight successfully and return home safely. That's it. $67 billion, supplemental defense, should be regular order. We're going to use reconciliation because we're not going to let our troops be held hostage like we saw our Coast Guardsmen and Border Patrol, etc. Secondly, we're going to strengthen our food supply. We're not going to allow instability and a lack of resilience in the food supply. Food security is national security. We're not going to be begging China or anybody to feed our families. Thirdly, we have to do something to give confidence to the American people that there is, in fact, free, fair, and accurate elections. We have a crisis in confidence in our elections. Say what you want about corruption and fraud, where it is, in pockets, pervasive. We have a public crisis in confidence. This may be the greatest threat to our republic. And voter ID is not about politics, it's about public confidence. And it's an 80-20 issue. And we have put it on the floor, Mr. Walker. We have put it on the floor repeatedly and gotten zero help from our Democrat colleagues. Basic safeguards, fundamental safeguards. You need a voter ID to buy a six-pack of beer. You got to show your ID to check in a hotel. Later on, we'll probably all be on an airplane. We'll have to show our ID. And yet we're not getting any support to do that, to give confidence and integrity to our elections. Look, voter ID is essential to the integrity of our elections. Integrity in elections is indispensable as part of our representative government. Every law passed by Congress, every judge confirmed, every president sworn into office derives their legitimacy from the confidence Americans have in our elections. If Americans lose confidence in elections, they will lose confidence in our government, and even worse, they will lose confidence in their share of this great republic. We celebrate 250 years. We all probably reread the Declaration of Independence. Just governments, the only just governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. You cannot have the consent of the governed. You cannot have the consent of the governed, nor can you have a just government if people don't have confidence, tens of millions of people, in the transfer of the will of the people to their representative leadership in this great nation. And until we address that, guys, we are walking on shaky ground and we are hanging by a thin thread. And so, yes, we are going to use reconciliation to make a run at doing what we think will save this country for our children's future and for the remainder of this century. I can't think of a more important thing to work on. So, look, that's the outline, Mr. Ranking Member. We are united, and we are rallying to finish what we started when the American people sent us here. That may be different from most Congresses. That may be different for Republicans in the past, but this is not your granddaddy's Republican Party, and this is the mighty House Republican Committee, and this is a unified Republican leadership, and we're going to get the job done. We appreciate your time. I know I went a little over my 5 minutes, but I'll let you have as much time as you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't planning on starting like this, but, you know, listening to you talk reminded me of one of the things I used to love to do when my daughter was younger. She's 12 now. But when she was much younger, I would love to read her fairy tale stories. And I would try to come up with the most imaginative, wildest, most creative fairy tale I could come up with. Mr. Chairman, I give you credit. The fairy tale you just told was so imaginative, I could never come up with something as wild. So I'm going to instead, in the 12 minutes that I have, attempt to stick to the facts of what are actually in the Republican Reconciliation 3.0, America Last. You know, one thing, as divisive as the 2024 election may have been, one thing that actually both Democrats and Republicans agreed on, the Democratic nominee for president and Republican nominee for president both agreed on, the polls were overwhelmingly clear. The top issue for the American people was affordability. That costs post-pandemic had gone too high, that America had become unaffordable, and that campaign was about who would lower costs. President Trump ran around my state of Pennsylvania more than any other state in the union, promising to lower costs, and I quote his exact words, "I will lower costs on day one." Here we are more than 18 months later. Are costs any lower? Of course not. In fact, they are through the roof. And they are through the roof specifically because of failed Trump Republican policies. First, the Trump tariff taxes. They have dramatically increased costs on the American people. Because of the Trump tariff taxes, the average American household paid nearly $1,700 more last year for goods than they did the year before, directly attributable to the Trump tariff taxes. That was last year. What does President Trump and his Republican allies in Congress come up with this year? A reckless, idiotic, preemptive war on Iran. Gas prices were $2.98 a gallon nationally on February 28th, the day before the war began. Within 30 days, they rose more than 50%, and indeed are now still more than 40% higher than what they were a few months ago. But it's not just gas prices. It's food prices. It's the prices for consumer goods. On and on we go. Now, you might think, given that the top issue in the 2024 election was affordability, and that the top issue today is affordability, you might think the majority would want to spend time in a reconciliation bill addressing the number one issue on voters' minds. Well, I can tell you, 47 pages in their bill, 6,560 words, and not one word on bringing down costs for the American people. Not one word. Instead, we have tens of billions of dollars for the most unpopular war in American history. So over the last 18 months, we have seen where Republicans' priorities are. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires, tens of billions of dollars for war, and absolutely nothing for the American people. Now, one of the other facets of the chairman's fairy tale on Donald Trump was to make him sound like he's George Washington and Abe Lincoln rolled into one. If this president was doing that well, then geez, I guess his poll ratings must be through the roof. The American people must be overjoyed. So let's take a look at the president's report card. Let's see who the people believe in this argument. Trump's handling of the economy, according to Fox News, 31% of the American people approve, 68% disapprove. Trump's handling of inflation, 27% approve, 73% disapproval, the worst numbers since the Carter presidency. Trend on the economy, 17% of the American people think it's getting better, 53% think it's getting worse. There's more polling data here I could cite. It's the same exact story. by an overwhelming margin, 2-1, even 3-1, the American people know that this is a failed presidency, and this has been a failed Republican majority. He promised to lower costs on day one. He hasn't done that. In fact, he's not even trying. So this side will stand proudly united in opposition. If there is ever an attempt from the other side to actually address the affordability crisis in this country, then you will have willing partners who want to work with you. But it is quite clear from the last reconciliation, as well as this reconciliation, we have a president and a majority who couldn't care less about the affordability crisis facing this country. With that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. If any other members would like to submit a written statement for the record, I'll hold the record open until the end of the day to accommodate those members who may not have prepared written statements. We will now proceed with the technical / factual Q&A session of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2027. We have our witness at the table now, Mr. Brad Watson, the Director of Budget Review. The majority staff is available to only answer technical questions. I guess we emphasize that because we anticipate some non-technical questions, but we're going to focus them on technical. Members may have, or if any questions begin to stray from that, and we will refocus, or I'm prepared to just to gavel it down. There'll be plenty of time for members to debate in the later markup, and so now let's open it up for any member who has questions. Actually, I'm going to recognize Mr. Boyle.
Oh, you guys don't start.
Yeah, to kick us off.
Yeah, well, first, as Mr. Watson, I hope, recalls, I actually try not to argue policy points with staff and instead save those discussions and debate for members. But I do want to flesh out a little bit more about what is in here, because the reporting publicly the last 72 hours was all over the place in terms of where things would land. And even in the last 24 hours, there's a dispute between your Republican Senate brethren and what's here. As of right now, are there any offsets whatsoever in this bill?
So the budget resolution would provide reconciliation instructions that provide a maximum level of deficit increase of $95 billion over 10 years. That's the maximum allowed in terms of the reconciliation instructions over the 10-year period. The budget resolution in the aggregate, all components of the budget resolution combined, would propose to reduce the deficit by $7.7 trillion over 10 years.
I'm sorry. Can you walk us through magically how this would increase the deficit by up to $95 billion and yet somehow achieve deficit reduction?
Yes, sir. The budget resolution would propose the following four set of policies. First, the budget resolution would provide discretionary spending restraint that would save $2.5 trillion over 10 years relative to the CBO baseline. Second, the budget resolution...
Sorry, let me stop you at number one, since that's, I think, the biggest chunk. Can you briefly describe how exactly this would be achieved? Because it does seem, and I won't debate this point with you, but it does seem as if this is fuzzy math.
Yes, sir. The budget resolution on discretionary spending would propose an allocation that would grow by 2% in FY 2027. So the allocation for the Appropriations Committee in FY 2027 would be $1.662 trillion. From there, that level of spending would be frozen for 2 years. That would be the allocation then for 28 and 29. Then thereafter, spending would grow by 1%. Overall, in the aggregate, compared to CBO's baseline, that math leads to $2.5 trillion of savings for discretionary spending.
I have further questions, but knowing that we're on the clock, I want to yield to any of my colleagues for questions they may have. So I yield to Mr. Scott.
Just very briefly, do those numbers account for inflation?
The discretionary spending allotment would be set at a 2% growth in 2027. That is the nominal growth increase. In 28 and 29, the policy is you would have a freeze.
The question is nominal growth, so that if inflation is 3%, you not only don't keep up with inflation, you actually cut below inflation.
Under the Budget Act, the Budget Committee sets a nominal amount. This budget resolution sets a nominal amount of 1.662 trillion.
In terms of process,
Yeah, I'm going to recognize
okay.
folks. You can just raise your hand.
I think Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Thank you. I
Floor is yours.
understand that you're suggesting that we're going to achieve these goals through limitations on spending over the next decade.
Yes.
Is there any instructions on where those savings and spending will actually take place?
Well, under the Budget Act, the Budget Committee is given the authority to set a 302A allocation to the Appropriations Committee. Under the Budget Act and under this budget resolution, the Appropriations Committee retains all flexibility and all authority, all responsibility to
So
make spending decisions.
The answer to so the answer is generally yes. So where will these savings and spending come from?
The policy of the budget resolution is to set a discretionary spending limit in FY27 of 1.662 trillion. The policy of the budget resolution is to give the Appropriations Committee all authority to spend within that limit.
I believe Ms.
I think
Jayapal.
we're talking about process, and I'm interested in knowing how we're proposing to accomplish this, because it's about a spending decrease. And so I want to know,
Sure, I
given
think it's a fair
this
question.
administration's experience with the decreases in spending in important programs, is there discussion or direction on the specific areas in which we try to accomplish this spending?
If I may,
Thank you.
on the discretionary side, just to put a fine point on it, we have the discretionary levels, like we have kept discretionary flat for 3 years, saving almost $500 billion. I'd say collectively, because some of that was CR. But it's a top line, not specifics. The Appropriations Committee would then start to.
Thanks, Chairman. You understand that my concern
do.
is that the experience with this administration is that we cut that which is important for the costs of living and the safety and security of the people of this country at the expense of billionaires and the president pocketing his money.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield to Ms. Jayapal from Washington for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several versions of the SAVE Act, and President Trump has demanded that Congress include a limitation on mail-in ballots, a ban on mail-in ballots that affect places like my state that have legislated mail-in ballots. This additional requirement is not in the House-passed version of the SAVE Act. Do the policy assumptions that are made in the instruction to the Committee on House Administration include this additional requirement for the ban on mail-in ballots?
Under the budget resolution, the House Administration Committee is given an instruction of $10 billion, and the committee would be given the full flexibility and authority to legislate within those budgetary parameters.
But does it include the ban on mail-in ballots?
No policies are articulated, and you can back me up or not, but no policies. We set the top line, we set the budget targets on revenue expenditures. We let the authorizing committees then develop the policy.
So in other words, it's not a full accounting of what that
That's
ban
right.
that's been demanded.
It's not.
There's, so that could cost a lot more money if that is included in the policy version, which is not accounted for in the accounting version of this bill.
Well, under the Budget Act and under this budget resolution, the House Administration Committee would have to fit legislation that would fit within the budgetary parameters of the reconciliation instructions, providing the $10 billion.
And the budget resolution includes an instruction to the Committee on House Administration, presumably accommodating the president's demand for his election interference legislation. Have House Republicans received any assurances from your Senate counterparts that this legislation is compliant with the Byrd Rule?
I'm just going to answer that the Byrd Rule is a function of the Senate. And so the Senate will sort of, what I would call, litigate any Byrd Rule issues with the parliamentarian, with Democrat and Republicans both engaged in the process. It's not a function of the House. In fact, early in the first reconciliation, I tried to meet with the parliamentarian, and she wouldn't even meet with me. So it's reserved as a privileged motion for the Senate.
My question was whether you've received any assurances that this is compliant, or are we just wasting time today talking about things that are not going to be compliant?
Well, it has a material budget impact, and so, there's no way to know like you all had a minimum wage increase in a reconciliation bill. That was something you anticipated would be compliant. It was scrubbed out as non-compliant. We had some things scrubbed out of the first one that did not comply with board rules. So we won't know until it's over there, but I would just assure my friend that we have put monies around the provisions of the SAVE Act, if you will, and that is a material budget impact. But it will be litigated like everything else by the parliamentarian in the Senate.
Mr. Watson, you're being replaced by Mr. Arrington. I think that Mr. McGarvey and
Yeah, now yield to Mr. McGarvey from the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see we're short on time, so I'll try to be brief. You use a lot of big words, big numbers here, but I think we can break this down pretty simply. This bill, right, the deficit refers to the amount we are spending year over year for what we don't have, right? So that's our number, okay.
Yes, sir.
The debt is the actual debt of the country.
Yes, sir.
So the decrease in the deficit spending this bill is so little that the debt of our country is actually increasing under this bill, correct?
Under the budget resolution, there would be, compared to CBO baseline, approximately $8 trillion of debt reduction compared to the CBO baseline.
So it adds to the debt, yes.
The debt would, in nominal terms, grow, but it would grow by less than it otherwise would. Yes.
Again, you're using big words. In nominal terms, the debt gets bigger, right?
The debt would grow, but by less than under the CBO baseline.
So this bill increases the debt of the country.
Well, I would say that.
Yes, is what you would say.
Yeah, well, compared to the CBO
Okay, perfect.
baseline,
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
reducing the debt by 24 percentage points.
And the,
I'll give, listen, I took some time explaining stuff, and my colleagues may not like this, but if you need another 20, 30 seconds. Ms. Escobar, did you have, is that,
yeah,
Ms. Escobar, did
was
you have a
gonna say-
question or two?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
You
thank
can
you.
go over time about 30 seconds.
So the budget resolution provides for a total discretionary level of 1.7 trillion for 2027. But this is $200 billion lower than what the appropriations bills that have been reported out of the Appropriations Committee have. And so is the House going to need to cut nearly $200 billion from what we've already considered?
Well, the Budget Act, under the Budget Act, the budget resolution sets 302A allocation. As you mentioned, this allocation under the budget resolution would be set at 1.66 trillion. That would be the funding level the Appropriations Committee would have to work with.
So the answer is yes, right?
The 302A allocation being 1.662 trillion would be below the amount of appropriations.
So the House would have to make $200 billion of cuts.
The amount.
Yeah, let me answer that question, if I may, a little more directly. It is not unusual for the Budget Committee to come in with a lower top-line number than the appropriators. And what happens is that is meted out and negotiated before it goes to rules, and sometimes it is reconciled in rules before it gets to the floor. So where that ultimately lands, you're right.
Yeah.
There is a higher number of spending being worked out at the appropriations level. We have a lower number from the budget, and that will be reconciled between here and the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's some fellow I'm on the
Yeah,
Appropriations
sure,
Committee.
sure.
And we just went through the appropriations
Yes.
process. This means there would have to be $200 billion of cuts.
Yes.
Additional cuts.
The appropriators spent 10% higher than last year, which is twice the average increase in discretionary spending. We have put basically the CBO baseline as our top line, and we will work closely with our appropriators to figure out what the best final number
And
is.
just as a footnote, this is also almost $150 billion below the president's discretionary request.
Okay. All right, we are over. We get generous 2 minutes. I gave that from my opening remarks. I may feel guilty about those long opening remarks. If there are no additional questions, concludes Q&A. Again, thank you to the majority staff. Brad, thanks a lot. Good job. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters. This text is identical to the tables distributed to all members and posted online yesterday. Under Committee Rule 10, the committee will consider a document containing the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other components of the budget resolution. Amendments may be offered to this document subject to the agreement between the majority and minority. After this document has been approved, it will be incorporated into the text of the concurrent resolution on the budget for a final vote on whether the report whether to report the measure to the House. The committee will now begin the amendment process. The document will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Pursuant to the agreement laid out earlier today, debate on any amendment offered will last 10 minutes per amendment with time equally divided. Here's how it's broken down. The proponent of the amendment will have 4 minutes to speak on their amendment. Then a member will have 5 minutes to speak in opposition to the amendment. Then the proponent will have a 1-minute closing. This is what we've done in the past, so nothing unusual here. Are there any amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will distribute copies of that amendment. And we'll pause here until that's distributed.
Amendment number 1 to adjust spending in function 550, offered by Mr. Boyle.
So we don't do this, so he's just done that. Okay. I hate these little. This is yours.
This one.
Okay. Mr. Boyle, you are now recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. As we may all recall, almost exactly 1 year ago, last 4th of July, President signed into law Republicans' original reconciliation bill, which essentially included more than $5 trillion worth of tax cuts, most of which are skewed to go to the very top 1/100th of 1%. And included in that were cuts of more than $900 billion to health care in this country, most of those cuts coming from Medicaid. It was projected at the time by Congressional Budget Office that more than 15 million Americans would lose their health care. Some, like Kaiser, found that it would be 17 million. Those numbers were disputed by the other side. Well, here we are a year later, and already 8 million people have lost their health care. And bear in mind, the Medicaid cuts haven't even taken effect yet. The Medicaid cuts will begin come this December. So my amendment is very simple. We have already seen 8 million Americans lose their health care. Let us act now before another 8 million also lose their health care due to these Medicaid cuts. This resolution would accommodate the necessary level of Medicaid funding by requiring the wealthy and corporations to pay their fair share, reversing the tax cuts for billionaires and ultramillionaires that were part of PL 119-21. It's very simple. We cannot balance our books or attempt to come close to balancing our books on the backs of the poor and the working class and the middle class in this country. The damage in terms of the greatest loss of health care in American history has already been severe over these last 6 months. We must act now and pass this amendment, or 8 million more people will lose their health care beginning this December. With that, I yield or reserve? I think I yield.
Yield. Thank you, Ranking Member. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carter is recognized for
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the health provisions within the One Big Beautiful Bill protect and strengthen Medicaid. They do not cut Medicaid. They protect and strengthen Medicaid for the most vulnerable whom the program was designed to serve: low-income pregnant women, children, those with disabilities, and the elderly. Allegations that Republicans cut Medicaid are simply untrue. Medicaid spending will still grow. It'll still grow over 20% over the next decade, but on a much more sustainable fiscal path. The nonpartisan Independent Congressional Budget Office confirmed that those that Democrats allege are losing Medicaid coverage are only individuals who are already ineligible for the program. Illegal immigrants are able-bodied adults without young dependents refusing to work. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record a letter from CBO on changes to insurance coverage under H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill.
So ordered.
CBO also confirmed that 3.7 million people who Democrats say will be uninsured will still have access to federally subsidized health insurance, either through Medicaid, Obamacare tax credits, or employer-sponsored insurance. The One Big Beautiful Bill's Act's common sense, Clinton-style Medicaid work requirements are a policy Democrats would have embraced not so long ago. As a reminder, the Medicaid community engagement requirements apply only to able-bodied adults without dependents under 14. If you're working, learning, serving, or moving toward work for at least 20 hours a week, Medicaid will still be there for you. In fact, a new report from HHS shows that Medicaid work requirements are estimated to lift 3 million people, 3 million people out of poverty by incentivizing employment. What's more, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act reins in Medicaid money laundering through provider tax and state-directed payment reforms, restores eligibility checks to ensure deceased individuals do not remain on the rolls, and invests $50 billion in the Rural Health Transformation Fund to support access to care for Americans in rural areas. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act also makes meaningful progress toward a more personalized health care system that prioritizes patients through expanding HSA eligibility to include those enrolled in bronze and catastrophic plans, direct primary care arrangements, and pre-deductible telehealth. Mr. Chairman, Republicans were proud to support these reforms to improve the Medicaid program and ensure it serves America's most vulnerable. Mr. Chairman, as you know, for many years, I served as a pharmacist, and I worked diligently on this Medicaid program, and I saw the abuses in the Medicaid program. I saw them firsthand. What we did was improve this for the people who need it, the people who deserve it, the most vulnerable in our society. It is indeed a safety net program intended for those people. What we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act was simply to get people off of that program who should not have been on it in the first place. We put them on other programs that are more appropriate for them. In other words, we saved Medicaid. We saved one of the fastest growing programs in our appropriations budget. And I'm very proud of the work that we did. At that time, I was chair of the Health Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce that proposed those changes. And I'm very proud of the work that we did. I think that we have improved it. I think we've made it better for future generations, and I yield back. And I urge a no vote on this.
Thank you, gentleman from Georgia, in the balance of time. Just to remind folks, because this is a false narrative on the Big Beautiful Bill. We put in measures that would prohibit ineligible, illegal, and folks who are capable of working but refuse to work. I mean, this is what the American people expected from Republican leadership in this town. And to my friend's point from Georgia, by doing that, rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, we are making these programs more sustainable for the most vulnerable. And I contrast that with President Biden, who signed with the stroke of a pen executive order allowing illegal immigrants to receive Medicaid funding. And $9,000 per illegal immigrant, that's more than we spend on Medicaid for our own citizens. And with that, I yield. Now, are there any, oh no, Mr. Boyle gets a 1-minute closer. Mr. Boyle, 1 minute.
Well, let's, in the final minute, let's just look at the facts of what has already happened. In the 6 months since the Big Ugly Law's enactment, more than 6,500 workers have been laid off at hospitals, and 115 hospitals and clinics have shut their doors or eliminated services like maternity care, primary care, or behavioral health services. The Medicaid cuts that will again occur beginning in December, they would newly expose 55 rural hospitals across 26 states to be at serious risk of closure, leaving 380 rural hospitals across the nation with such risk. Furthermore, Republican steep cuts to state Medicaid budgets would pressure states to scale back eligibility for nursing home care and force them to sharply curtail or even end Medicaid home and community-based services. For those reasons and more, I urge all of my colleagues to adopt this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Will I ask for a recorded vote?
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will distribute copies of the amendment. We'll pause and then let Mr. Doggett provide his opening remarks.
Thank you.
Amendment number 2 on Affordable Care Act tax credits offered by Mr. Doggett.
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Yield 4 minutes to Mr. Doggett from Texas.
Just as Trump launches a war in the name of peace, his obedient Republican followers preach the dangers of excessive debt while increasing it at every opportunity. They added trillions of dollars of debt last year and just billions with this outrageous proposal. It's not a Democratic group. Indeed, it is an independent and generally conservative committee for a responsible federal budget that declared in condemning this proposal yesterday that this scheme, quote, abandons any semblance of fiscal discipline, making a mockery out of the budget process, end quote. They rightly call what you Republicans are doing right now as, quote, the height of hypocrisy. So very, very Trump-like. So as he talks so tough, Donald Trump is simply too weak to stand up to Benjamin Netanyahu, as had President George W. Bush and so many other presidents who recognized the dangers to American families and the world economy of launching an unnecessary attack on Iran, recklessly ignoring his own civilian and military advisors, well aware that he had a submissive Republican Congress that would let him get away with just anything. Trump began Operation Epic Folly. He has failed on his war objectives, providing us neither nuclear safety nor the regime change that he promised. Instead, he has strengthened those he now calls Iranian scum, who can project even more power than before this unfortunate assault. So what does it cost us? Moody's Analytics estimates about $1,100 for each American family so far in higher gas prices, higher groceries, higher airfare, and higher interest rates since Epic Folly began. Now he wants Americans who are already suffering to pay again for all the resources that he's wasted in a quagmire, a war that he doesn't know how to get out of. This morning's news headlines indicate he's thinking now that he'll escalate the war. This is the war he told us 5 months ago we had already won in what is becoming a Netanyahu-type endless war. Now, the Republicans say that they are concerned with families' budget but do nothing about it. Well, Donald Trump seems to be very concerned about his own budget, raked in $2.3 billion in a single year in what must be the most corrupt presidency of any in American history. The American people can decide what to call a foreign government that's wiring money to the president's family business as the same president sets foreign policy, and his sons are involved in transactions from Venezuela to Kyrgyzstan, from drones to SpaceX. Today, we have a desperate bill that Republicans are offering to save themselves from growing public awareness that Trump is nothing but a charlatan. He lied about lower prices that he would bring, and so much more. One of those areas where the most damage has been done is with regard to health care. Millions of Americans had affordable health care. Now they only have Trump nothing care. After Republicans voted to take away affordable tax credits, consumers are left with soaring costs. The nothing care crisis does not stop there because the Republican Medicaid cuts are already leading to the elimination of services for the disabled and many others. Health clinics are closing, staff are being laid off, and about 450 hospitals are at risk of closing. This bill does absolutely nothing to stop this growing Republican-created healthcare crisis. My amendment would restore the tax credits that help a mother seeking care for a sick child or a cancer patient who needs chemo. Unlike this sorry bill, it's fully paid for by reversing the outrageous tax breaks for the ultra-rich and giant multinationals approved last year. Let's protect families, not just the Trump family. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. Is there a member who would like to claim time in opposition?
Sure.
Mr. Moore from Utah, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. The gentleman from Austin, where the first time I ever got to enjoy a breakfast taco alongside a very cold Topo Chico, a wonderful place, a wonderful state. I view him a friend, colleague, and member of both of the committees of which I'm on. I view him to be a very serious person, but this amendment is not a serious amendment, and I'm going to share a little bit as to why. First off, don't shoot the messenger here, but this amendment process that we get into in these debates, these are all predetermined. Everybody's going to vote yes, and everybody's going to vote no against these things on both sides of the aisle, right? So we're just doing this as part of the game of Washington politics. I think everybody understands that. There are moments where we get real serious amendment debate. This is not going to be one of them. The reason why I view this amendment as a non-serious amendment is because when the Democrats had the White House, House, and Senate, they did not even do this to make the enhanced Obamacare premiums, the COVID-era premiums, of Obamacare tax subsidies. They only made them for 4 years. They only did this from 2021, and they set the timeline to expire within a few years. They weren't fully engaged on this process either. And there are tax policies that we do, Republicans that we did by Republican-only bills that we think will have potential staying power, but it's good to assess it after a few years. So, giving all potential benefit of the doubt, the enhanced subsidies that were done in 2001, if you want to take an assessment period of that and then say whether or not to make them permanent, it's a clear decision not to make these permanent for one reason and one reason only. $0 premiums enable an enormous amount of fraud. Even if they would have put $5 on these, we could have thwarted a ton of people getting signed up. Probably they didn't even know they were getting signed up. Insurance companies were taking taxpayer dollars in the billions, going in for a simple blood checkup work. They weren't even going in for anything in this system. So Republicans did not extend that last year, and it was the right decision because all the fear mongering and everything that's gone on, HHS has even confirmed most of the individuals who didn't, the enrollments, they were ineligible enrollments anyway. Allegations that letting the COVID-era temporary Obama extension expire would kick millions off their health insurance is simply untrue, right? Republicans did not get rid of Obamacare in letting that expire last year. They got rid of that 4-year plan that the Democrats put in place that when you actually get to assess it in an honest way, you would say, wow, that actually created hikes in premiums. It has not slowed down the cost of healthcare. The premiums have continued to skyrocket. It's just that now people are going to have a little bit of skin in the game, right? So Obamacare, the tax element of it is still in place. It's the enhanced portion. It's the stuff that Democrats actually didn't make permanent. We let that expire. And now, through this amendment, they're saying, oh, let's do it permanent now. When Republicans have the White House, like, that's not going to happen. This is an unserious amendment. This is proven to help to make it so premiums continue to skyrocket while and costs go up. Everybody's concerned about costs, both sides of the aisle. We had a plan to lower premiums by 11% and save $37 billion by actually making the Affordable Care Act work better. But every Democrat voted against that, right? That stuff goes back and forth. The working family tax cuts, when you look at it, we are trying to put dollars back in American families' pockets, giving them the autonomy and the flexibility to do what they want with it. This targeted approach of enhanced subsidies failed over the last 4 years. $0 premiums enacted a ton of fraud, and it's time to find actual solutions on the healthcare policy. And that's not what we're doing today. Thank you, and I yield back.
And as I recall, the Democrats who extended these made them temporary before Republicans were in control, wanted them to be permanent. It was the watchdog groups that said 6.4 million individuals received credits for which they were not eligible. It is just completely a fraudulent program, especially that COVID-era portion. With that, I yield to my friend from Texas for a minute to close.
With respect to my colleague from Utah, with whom I enjoy working, there's nothing imaginary or unrealistic about this amendment. For the mother who's out there trying to get her child care, for the cancer patient who needs chemo and doesn't know how they're going to get it anymore, because millions, literally millions of Americans have lost their access to a family physician because of these cuts. And this could be resolved in this very bill, but Republicans have refused to do it. The fraud problem, if fraud could pay for our government, I'm sure we would have already had it paid for, was insurance brokers that President Biden suspended and President Trump reinstated, not those people who are trying to get care. The problem is that this Trump regime is based on lies. He lied about having a better health care plan. He lied about lowering cost on day one. He lied about the war that he says we already won, that is now endless, and which this bill is funding, and Americans are funding. Every time they go to the gas pump or open the fridge, they're paying the Trump war tax for a war that should never have been started. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and question now is on agreeing to the amendment offered by my colleague from Texas, Mr. Doggett. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to our agreement. We will postpone the roll call until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment and distribute copies. We'll pause for just 30 seconds here, and then I'll yield you your first 4 minutes.
Amendment number 3 on student loans, offered by Mr. Scott.
Okay, Mr. Scott, why don't you go ahead and launch out. 4 minutes, 5 rebuttal, 1 minute closure. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, prices are too high for groceries, housing, healthcare, childcare, and every other necessity. Families are paying more, businesses are facing greater uncertainty, and Americans are wondering how they're going to keep up. The problem is that instead of focusing on lower costs for working families, the administration, the majority of this committee on the other side of the aisle have pursued policies that have made the situation worse, with tariffs and wars of choice, have increased costs. And the passage of the big ugly bill shows how they will cut spending. They cut health care, food assistance, and education funding while adding $4.7 trillion to the national debt. Now they want to give the president another $73 billion more to wage another endless war. And to the gentlelady from New Jersey, when they declare without any specificity that they can just cut spending by $2 trillion without suggesting where those cuts are going to come from, we have to assume they'll be where they always come from: healthcare, nutrition, and education. So this amendment addresses a part of the big ugly bill that limits students' access to federal student loans and eliminate repayment plans, increasing the cost of higher education for students and families. These changes include eliminating Parent Plus loans, ending income-driven repayment as we know it, changing student loan eligibility so fewer students will qualify, forcing students to pay interest on loans while they're still in school, slashing Pell Grant funding, and placing severe limits on the loan amounts that could have the effect of eliminating opportunities for students to achieve credentials for the highest paying jobs, especially those that require licenses, such as physicians and lawyers, physician's assistants, and nurse practitioners, and many others. Programs to support higher education create opportunities for students to attain more schooling, which ultimately allows them to improve their lives and increase their lifetime earning potential. Our colleagues voted to eliminate these opportunities to fund tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. This amendment reverses this damage to ensure that higher education remains available for all, and it pays for it by being a little less generous to millionaires and billionaires. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any members who'd like to claim time in opposition? Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin, you'll,
Yeah.
4 minutes, 5 minutes, actually.
I don't really think the problem we have in this country is not enough people going to college. I mean, right now, the best jobs are not those jobs, and I think we've misled the younger generation to allow them to do that and to get further and further in debt, chasing degrees that don't have value. In any event, rolling back the One Big Beautiful Bill Act's student loan provisions would add $350 billion in spending over the budget window. President Biden's student loan cancellation scheme incentivized skyrocketing tuition, but also punished working-class taxpayers of an amount over $180 billion. The One Big Beautiful Bill streamlined the student debt repayment plans, saving taxpayers $270 billion. One Big Beautiful Bill set annual and aggregate loan limits for graduate borrowers and parents of undergraduate students. These limits would prevent students and parents from over-borrowing while saving over $44 billion. And I have run into my district these people who have over-borrowed for graduate degrees and are just stuck. And I think the only reason you want to give them more money is to prop up some of the people who make their money teaching and administering these degrees, who, like I said, they're making money on people offering a service that doesn't have value. Additionally, One Big Beautiful Bill delayed the closed school discharge and borrower defense rules, which had been abused by the Obama and Biden administrations, through expanded claim eligibility to provide additional loan forgiveness ahead of the midterm elections in 16 and 22. These actions brought forth over $16 billion in savings. Rolling back these critical improvements at the Department of Education would be counterproductive to all the great work congressional Republicans and the Trump administration have worked so tirelessly on. I urge a no vote, and then I would ask that we submit a paper here, why colleges are slashing MBA prices, like it be submitted to the committee.
So ordered. So ordered.
Thank you.
Are you done? Yield? Mr. Scott, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the gentleman has said essentially that when students get relief, it burdens taxpayers, but when wealthy get trillions of dollars in tax cuts, it doesn't burden anybody. That's nonsense. The federal student loan program supports millions of students in affording higher education, college education, expands opportunity, and boosts workforce productivity. And studies have shown that college degree dramatically increases employment and wages. Income-driven repayment plans in particular have made it possible for students to affordably pay back their debt after they finish schooling. We must undo the cuts to these programs, which will allow students to afford their loans and be able to make other investments in their future, just like buying homes. This amendment will reject the extreme Republican cuts and affirm support for increased funding for educational opportunities and reduce the cost for families. Mr. Chairman, I'd hope we'd adopt the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The question's on the table for agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Scott. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call votes requested pursuant to our agreement. We'll consider that later in the markup. Are there any other questions?
Amendments?
I'm sorry, amendments.
Mr.
Or
Chairman.
questions, if you have a question.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Peters,
I have an amendment at the desk.
great. The clerk will designate the amendment. Give us 15 seconds here for the distribution of the amendment, and then I'll yield you your first 4 minutes.
Amendment number 4 to add a policy statement on immigration and customs enforcement and customs and border protection offered by Mr. Peters.
Mr. Chairman.
4 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The last time this Republican majority passed a budget reconciliation bill, the process was so rushed that the bill never even came before the Budget Committee. Senate Republicans decided to borrow $70 billion more for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, with no real guardrails on how that funding could be used. They already, incidentally, not incidentally, had $150 billion in the bank that had not been used yet from the big, beautiful bill. And House Republicans just went along for the ride on the extra $70 billion borrowed for an agency that's gunned down 4 people in the streets this year alone. Last November, I introduced legislation called the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act, which will improve transparency and accountability in immigration enforcement. Immigration enforcement should protect the public, not trample on people's constitutional rights and put Americans and their communities at risk. I started working on the bill after 20 fully armed federal agents stormed a small neighborhood restaurant in my district that was filled with families, people enjoying dinner. The agents threw the owner against the wall, handcuffed all the employees, and used flashbang grenades on concerned bystanders outside the restaurants. Why terrorize hardworking, law-abiding people? It makes no one safer. It makes Americans less safe. My amendment is clear that if Republicans want to pour more billions of dollars into ICE and CBP, there have to be basic rules for transparency and accountability. Americans have a right to hold ICE and CBP to common sense standards. ICE and CBP agents do not get a pass to conduct dangerous and unchecked enforcement operations. If Republicans want to borrow more money, these agencies must operate in a way that upholds the basic training and standards we deserve from any member of the law enforcement community, whether they're local police, sheriffs, or state police. Americans have been harmed and even killed in immigration enforcement actions. These tragedies raise serious concerns about agents' use of force, training, and oversight. We cannot continue to borrow billions of dollars for these agencies as if they have a blank check. We need to address the clear failures first. Officers who wear masks and fail to identify themselves during enforcement actions make it difficult to investigate misconduct and hold individuals accountable. If you enforce the law, you should follow the law. You should be identifiable to the public. This amendment ensures that CBP and ICE agency will wear body cameras to ensure that interactions are recorded. We also have to protect and safeguard sensitive locations. Immigration enforcement around schools, hospitals, childcare facilities, and places of worship create fear and instability among families and children across the nation. Children should not have to worry about being permanently separated from their family when going to school or seeking medical care. My amendment also ensures that enforcement practices do not violate First Amendment rights or target individuals for lawful activities. It requires that immigration enforcement shall be conducted within the bounds of the Constitution, a basic expectation in democracy, I think something everyone in this committee should support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so Americans finally can have the accountability, transparency, and safety we deserve. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California. Is there a member who'd like to claim time in opposition? Mr. McClintock, I yield 5 minutes to you.
Thank you.
And 1 minute for rebuttal at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For 4 years, the Democrats deliberately opened our nation's borders and allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to enter. The impact was devastating. Hospitals overrun with illegals demanding care, food pantries and homeless shelters overwhelmed, classrooms packed with non-English speaking students, rampant child sex and labor trafficking, hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl poisoning, suppressed wages for working families, $160 billion in welfare costs to support this population, and worst of all, the introduction of the most violent criminal gangs and cartels in the world into our neighborhoods and communities. President Trump reversed these ruinous policies by simply enforcing our existing immigration laws. Illegal border crossings immediately plunged by more than 95%. The largest illegal mass migration in history is now followed by the largest legal deportation in history, although it's being obstructed by the vicious and often violent mobs incited and encouraged by our Democratic colleagues. Now, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted repeatedly to defund immigration and customs enforcement. And now we have this amendment that would make it impossible for them to enforce these laws. That's their aim, and that's the question Americans will have to answer in the upcoming election. Do you really want to allow the Democrats to reopen our borders? And here's the ultimate irony. When a criminal is in custody and turned over to ICE, that can be done safely, securely, and without incident. But when that criminal is released back into our neighborhoods, squads of officers have to be deployed, force must often be used, and the consequences can be deadly to ICE officers, to accomplices, to bystanders, and to the targets themselves. A number of fatalities and injuries could have been avoided if the aliens had been turned over to ICE while in custody. You cannot lament their deaths while defending the policies that killed them, unless, of course, your alternative is to stop enforcing immigration laws altogether and return to the Biden days of wide-open borders. Now, here's the fine point of it. This amendment requires federal judicial warrants for immigration enforcement. Well, here's what the Democrats are well aware of, but hope the American people are not. Federal judicial warrants do not exist for immigration enforcement. Illegal presence is a civil matter. It's enforced by administrative warrants. So the Democrats are proposing a requirement that would make it impossible to arrest illegal aliens on private property. But that's not enough for them. This amendment would also place a staggering number of public places off limits as well. For example, under this amendment, if an MS-13 member enters your child's school, he becomes untouchable. It makes it impossible to arrest an illegal who's just received a final order of removal by a court in that courthouse. This amendment also declares open season on ICE officers by the violent mobs the Democrats have incited. Last year, a Democrat member of Congress doxed an ICE officer to a violent mob in California, which then set upon him and put him in the hospital. A Democrat member of Congress is currently indicted for assaulting federal law enforcement officers at an ICE facility. ICE officers don't want to wear masks to protect themselves and their families. Violent mobs egged on by Democratic activists have left them no choice. And with respect to detention, remember that deportation is not a punishment. It is an administrative act removing a person with no legal right to be here. Illegal aliens detained by ICE are free to leave detention at any time for any country that will accept them. They're just not allowed to remain in our country. Illegals are detained only as long as it takes to arrange for their transportation. This amendment is a Trojan horse. The Democrats have failed to defund ICE. Now they seek to make it impossible for ICE to enforce our immigration laws. But without enforcement, we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no border. And without a border, we have no country. Do the Democrats not understand this, or is this their actual aim? I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California and now yield Mr. Peters his minute for his closing remarks.
Here's what we understand. Two more people were gunned down this month. People who are hardworking, just trying to feed their families, presented no threat to this country. This is not about whether or not we enforce the immigration laws. This is about how we enforce the immigration laws. And we're very comfortable with police being trained, police abiding by certain standards, police de-escalating force, and not murdering people in the streets when something goes wrong, and even the people that they weren't even after. So we're not asking for non-enforcement, we're asking for appropriate enforcement. And I think all of us should understand that. All of us are comfortable with the training we give local police and sheriffs to do just that. That's all we're asking for out of these ICE and Border Patrol agents. The other thing is, I hear a lot of talk about fiscal responsibility. We now have about $220 billion in unspent funds for this effort. We've funded these folks more than the United States Marines. If we want to be fiscally responsible, let's take that money and give it to the United States Marines, because we have an issue with funding the defense. A nice pay-for would be taking some of this unspent money and using it for our military. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Folks, the vote's been called. We went from 2 votes to 3 votes. So we're going to push pause here and take a short recess so we can get our work done over there in the chamber, and then we will resume. So the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Oh, you know what?
We just vote, bro.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call this vote. Although Looks like we might be outnumbered. Maybe I should pause here. The question is.
I have a feeling your hearing will hear the no's a lot louder than the yeses.
can only hear in
Despite
my-
what our eyes are clearly showing us.
I can only hear in my right ear. The question's on agreeing the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Peters. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those no?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the overwhelming noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote and a hearing aid.
Okay, the roll call's requested. We'll take it up at the end of the hearing. We stand in recess. 4-1. The committee will come to order. The committee will resume debate on amendments submitted pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We'll resume with the question, are there any amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Panetta, the clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute the copies of your amendment. In about 15 seconds, we'll get you to launch into your opening remarks, and then I will respond.
Just give me the signal. Thank you.
Amendment number 5 on tariffs offered by Mr. Panetta.
Good to go?
Yes, I yield 4 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although my amendment would not improve the way the Republican majority votes on the House floor and speeds up time, I do have an amendment that would strike the administration's tariffs under Section 122 and 301 and sort of reorient this budget towards a sounder economic policy. Now, as you know, or as I believe, the budget resolution paves the way for $95 billion in spending and adds almost $100 billion to the $4 trillion in debt that this committee allowed in last year's partisan reconciliation bill. And it fails to address an issue that we're hearing over and over and over from many, many constituents across the country, and that's affordability. Americans are being crushed by rising costs of housing, healthcare, food, and fuel, which have only gotten worse since this president took office, and mainly because of his tariff policy. Ideally, the budget should be an opportunity for us to reassert Congress's control of the power of the purse and advance policies that actually help our constituents. But there is nothing in this budget that would reduce the high costs for Americans and combat inflation. Instead, we're spending the limited amount of time that we do have left in Congress in the 119th on funding the president's pet projects, including the war in Iran, the war against voting, and the war against free trade, with a tariff policy that has imposed significant costs that hurt American businesses of all sizes, especially when it comes to our farmers. So my amendment, straightforward, would strike down those tariffs and restore our congressional power over trade. This resolution allows up to $12 billion in assistance for farmers, which merely compensate for the consequences of a bad trade policy. They do not address the underlying problem. I know you, of all people, Mr. Chairman, believe that our farmers deserve support. They work hard, they put food on our tables, and they feed the world. Don't get me wrong, they'll take a bailout. But you know as well as I do, they do not want another insufficient government check to make up for an injurious trade policy. Instead, they want market access, they want less regulation, they want legitimate reform to our system of immigration, and they do not want tariffs. Now, I admit, we've given up our authority over the past few decades. Democrats and Republicans are responsible for this. We put ourselves in a position so that when we have a president that has a 40-year fetish for tariffs, he puts in place illegally these types of tariffs that hurt our consumers, our businesses, and our farmers. I believe, as Congress, the Article I body, we shouldn't roll over and accept a terrible tariff policy from the executive branch and then attempt to paper over those consequences with more federal spending. Instead, we should push back and pursue policies that expand opportunity, strengthen American competitiveness, and give Americans a stable economic environment that they deserve. That's why I'm offering this amendment to strike the president's tariffs under Section 122 and 301 and reassert Congress's control over the power of the purse. My amendment would push back on these tariffs and show the constituents that we will not support economic policies that harm them. This amendment advances the three goals of making sure that our farmers deserve access to markets, American families deserve lower costs, and taxpayers deserve better stewardship of their dollars. And I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now will claim time in opposition and recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me start by saying there is no better friend to me, a Republican from West Texas, than Jimmy Panetta, Democrat from California. I have the highest respect for not just what you do for your constituents and your producers as a champion for agriculture, but the way you do it and that is difficult to do in Washington. You're a true statesman. And so before I tear in a little bit to this issue, I want you to know I not only value, I treasure our friendship and the work we did on trade together with USMCA and some other issues. Now, okay, anytime I hear a Democrat colleague of mine talk about affordability, I have to respond with, oh, how rich. Has it been so long ago that we've forgotten the 21% increase in cumulative prices on everyday goods for American people, gas, groceries, et cetera? That would be the largest working person tax we've seen in our lifetime, the inflation tax. It was driven by two things: flooding the market with federal monies, stimulus monies, et cetera, trillions of dollars. It was also because on the supply side, they were being crushed, our job creators, with high taxes, regulations, the labor market crunch because Democrat policies were waiving work requirements for able-bodied adults, and there was a whole of government attack on oil and gas, which is the 80% of the source of energy that turns the cranks in our economy. So it was no surprise that these policies failed, and everyone suffered as a result. Now, what's even more rich than that point is the criticism of President Trump on trade. And here's why. Not that there can't be criticism and debate, but President Joe Biden, with all due respect, and the Democrats for 4 years did nothing on trade. Like, they did nothing on trade. There wasn't a single, Joe Biden traveled the globe, he had a lot of meetings, but there wasn't a single trade deal to come out of it in 4 stinking years. Think about that. Nothing. In fact, he did worse because he didn't enforce the bipartisan USMCA deal that we worked out together. And when you don't enforce it, it's not worth the paper it's written on. And what happened? We reverted back to the quotas from Canada, the preferential treatment from Mexico, and it hurt us because he was asleep at the wheel. He was weak on enforcing the China trade deal. We had big ag and energy purchases, among other things. They went away because nobody put any pressure or held China accountable. And so that record is an abysmal record from the President, Joe Biden, and Democrat leadership. Now, with respect to 122 and IEPA and the various tools, the President has lots of tools, as you know, to implement tariff policies. In this case, what the President refers to as reciprocal trade, which, I think he's upended conventional thinking on free trade, where we have been naively accepting the premise that as long as we're getting cheap stuff, then it's free trade and it's good for the American people. Meanwhile, we've been scammed and cheated and had unfair practices perpetrated on us for decades, and it has put us in a big hole. This president used IEPA as the tool, as the authority. The courts did say that's not the authority that's appropriate. He then transitioned, or is in transition, with Section 122 on the way to Section 301, which is the unfairness provision and authority that he has and other presidents have utilized. So now, the appellate court recently, the Federal U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, in just last month, said that the 122 transition to the 301 tariffs are, quote, likely to succeed on the merits. But let's also look at President Biden's record. The one thing I can say he did with respect to trade is that he expanded on what President Trump did with 301. So if 301s are illegal and inappropriate for the president, then Joe Biden's guilty too, because he basically took what we had placed in terms of 301 tariffs on automobile, steel, semiconductor, aluminum batteries, et cetera, on China and expanded that. So I think that my time's up. I'll respect the time. President Trump's strong and fair trade practices are benefiting us with lower deficits and higher exports with open markets. And I think the American people see that and support it. I yield the 1 minute closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, this administration made some simple promises when it came into office. Release the Epstein files, no forever wars, and reduce cost. Clearly, this is an administration of broken promises, especially when it comes to reduced cost. Now, look, I'm not here to defend the Biden policy on trade. I'm here to look forward. I'm here to make sure that this administration upholds its standards, especially when it comes to free trade. Now, look, what's a little frustrating is I understand that you sit there and say there's a trade deficit. We Americans allowed that trade deficit. Don't blame other countries. If you're going to do it, blame us in the sense that we allowed that trade deficit because we want cheaper prices. It's a no-brainer. That's what we did that. That's why we're in this position. But you don't impose illegal tax policies, trade policies, excuse me, tariff policies in order to do that, just like the Supreme Court found in the IEEPA decision, and just like a recent trade court found under Section 122, that it's irrelevant and inappropriate to impose that. Look, I'm not saying 301 is illegal. I'm saying it's used to impose tariffs that are inappropriate. That's why I put forward my amendment. And finally, if I may, in the last 10 seconds, or getting over there, Congress needs to take back its authority. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 gives Congress the power over foreign commerce. We have given that up. It's beyond time to take it back. And when we don't, we have the example of these types of tariffs, which create these types of taxes on the American public and raise prices. That's why I support this amendment. I ask my colleagues to do it as well. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Panetta, great last point. I agree. Congress should exert its constitutional and statutory authority on trade. We don't do that enough, either side. Couldn't agree more. Glad we can end on something we agree, but I oppose your amendment, let me be clear, and encourage my colleagues to oppose it. Now, the question's on the agreeing to the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Panetta. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call is requested, and we'll take it up at the end of the hearing. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Ballant, the clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment, and in about 15 seconds or so, we'll give you the green light to open up.
Amendment number 8, being considered sixth, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committee on Armed Services and House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, offered by Ms. Ballant.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by addressing something that was said by a colleague on the other side earlier in this hearing, and he said this was all a game. It's all a game, that we play our parts, and it's not real. And it's not a game, actually. It's not a game at all. It's deadly serious. And I think Americans are disgusted when we think of the work that we do here as a game. And it's truly astounding that we're here again considering a highly partisan budget resolution for a third Republican reconciliation bill that increases costs and does nothing to help the people back home. So let's level set. What are we doing here? Why are we here today? This is about waging war, a war that we were told for the last 5 months isn't really a war. The bulk of this budget resolution gives an additional $73 billion for President Trump's unauthorized and very unpopular war in Iran. I want to note how reckless and opaque and careless this resolution process has been. The committee was given the text of the budget resolution at the last minute, just 24 hours before, and we're supposed to rubber stamp $95 billion in spending. And some Republican members of this committee themselves weren't even involved in the negotiations of what would be in this resolution. I can't imagine that you're all happy about that. My colleagues constantly howl that the deficit is one of the nation's greatest challenges. Yet this resolution contains no substantive ideas for how to pay for this massive increase in spending. Meanwhile, we hear constantly that we can't possibly afford health care or food for Americans. And my colleagues use the deficit as a pretext to excuse increasing hunger and deepening poverty in this country. They preach fiscal responsibility, and yet when it comes to approving tens of billions of dollars in additional Pentagon spending, they're a rubber stamp that there's always time for more war. The president himself said it. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare. Congress never authorized this war. In fact, the House passed a war powers resolution directing the president to end U.S. military involvement in Iran if he didn't secure explicit authorization from Congress. And 4 Republican members even crossed the aisle to join us on that vote. But now this committee wants to approve $73 billion in additional funding for a war that Congress didn't approve and Americans don't want. Republicans are in charge of Congress, and they have repeatedly written a blank check for however much Donald Trump wants to pay for any of his pet projects and priorities. They have given up the people's power spelled out in Article 1 of the Constitution. Our power as members of Congress is the people's power. That's why I'm introducing an amendment that would prohibit any spending on unauthorized wars, striking the $73 billion in spending dedicated to the war in Iran. This budget resolution reflects Republican priorities. It's to bankroll this impulsive and reckless war and leave the rest of us holding the check. It's insulting. And I want to remind everyone, this president promised he'd end wars, that he'd end wars. It was one of his main campaign promises. He said, I'm going to end wars. I'm not going to start them. It was just another expensive, devastating lie. I strongly oppose this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and ask if there are any members who want to claim time in opposition. The gentleman from Michigan, General Jack Bergman, recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, I'm sitting here deja vu a little bit. 53 years ago, I was sitting in Vietnam wondering why we were underfunded because politicians were not supporting us when we were in the fight, that was a legitimate fight. But here I am in a different role 50-some years, half a century later. It's interesting, I see some things never change. But the bottom line is the world has changed around us, and not every nation is friendly to us. And tough choices are just that, and it requires leadership. I oppose this amendment for the following reasons. The funding for armed services in HPSI is necessary to support our troops and supply them with the munitions and anything else they need to fight, win, and return home safely. The funding amount addresses immediate needs, not way far out. Democrats won't allow us to fund even basic components of national security, basic components, not enhanced. They shut down ICE and Border Patrol for over 70 days. We know that. Now they want to jeopardize our national security. We aren't spending $13 billion, $13 billion to the Intel Committee just for fun. The $60 billion to the Armed Services Committee is just to get us back to a minimal baseline of military readiness and capability. The funding provided in this budget replenishes munition stockpiles. They're supporting our troops at a critical time and sustaining the long-term needs of our country. This is just common sense defense. Democrats would prefer to put national security at risk rather than negotiate with Republicans. The Senate Democrats blocked the traditionally bipartisan NDAA on July 14th over the Iran conflict. Some of this makes no sense, and I still am able to channel myself and my colleagues wondering when we were in harm's way what was going on with the divide in Congress. And with that, I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
General Jack Bergman, we are grateful and honored to serve alongside of such a patriot. Thank you for your service. Ms. Ballant, you have 1 minute for your closing statement.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, I am sick and tired of hearing from my colleagues on the other side that Democrats want to put national security at risk. tired of it. When I've got family members of people who are in harm's way right now in the Middle East, who are put in harm's way in Venezuela, who don't have confidence that we are making smart decisions about how we spend our military money. So please, spare me. The bottom line is that this budget resolution is a poorly planned, poorly drafted, backdoor deal to pay from President Trump's decision to start a war with Iran. It's irresponsible. He didn't know how he was going to get out of it, and we see it played out every single day on the news. We deserve so much better than that, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The questions on agreeing to her amendment offered. Ms. Ballant from Vermont. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote's requested. Again, we'll postpone the roll call votes until later in the markup. Are there any amendments?
I have one.
The clerk will designate Ms. Watson-Coleman's amendment. The staff's going to distribute copies, and then I will, in 15 seconds or so, ask Ms. Watson-Coleman to begin her opening remarks.
Amendment number 6, being considered 7th, to adjust spending in Function 750, offered by Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentlelady from New Jersey has 4 minutes, and then a closing at the end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I offer this amendment for so many reasons. For one reason, I am really concerned that I've spent so much time in this building and in this room today listening to the delusional narrative of my Republican colleagues in support of the most incompetent administration, rife with corruption, greed, evil, and making our country less safe and definitely hated on all stages. But I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this amendment, because it's very simple. It would strike the outrageous, excessive, obscene funding supplements to the ICE budget that were included in the Republicans' last 2 reconciliation packages, which have not reduced costs and have made us less safe in this country. This administration's track record has proven that they cannot be trusted with what is essentially an enormous slush fund to put our communities at further risk. Just 1 month ago, the Congress gave ICE and CBP an additional $70 billion in the second reconciliation on top of the $140 billion they were given in the one big ugly bill. And what has been the result of supercharging Trump's immigration terror machine? At least 55 people have died in ICE custody since Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and Markwayne Mullin turned this agency into a source of fear for communities across our country. 3 people have died just in 1 week. Lorenzo Salgado Aruja of Houston, Texas, was killed during a traffic stop when an ICE agent fired through the passenger window of his van, and he wasn't even the person they were looking for. On Monday, 26-year-old John Sebastian Duran of Belford, Maine, was shot and killed also by ICE agents firing through the windshields. And the very next day, a man in St. Augustine, Florida, died when ICE agents chased him and he was struck by a passing tractor trailer. There have been at least 3 other instances like this in the last year. It's been 6 months since Renee Good and Alex Petty were killed by an ICE agent in the streets of Minneapolis. Good was killed when an ICE agent shot her through her windshield and side window. And everything that has happened, we are still dealing with unvetted, untrained, and unrestrained ICE agents who are committing thug-like actions against citizens and undocumented immigrants alike. This is all at the behest of leadership that has shown little regard for either the Constitution or human dignity. And I have to wonder, Where are the billions in tax dollars going? Where are the body cameras that this Congress paid for? The officers in Maine didn't have them, so we have to know footage of what transpired. 55 people have died, thousands more have suffered from inhumane conditions at facilities that are more akin to internment camps than prisons, including Delaney Hall in my state of New Jersey. It is obvious that ICE's actions have descended our communities into a raging fire. My amendment takes the gasoline out of the arsonist's hands. How many lives will be enough? How much wasted taxpayer money will be enough? And how much hatred and fear will be enough? I say enough is already enough, and I reserve.
I thank the gentlelady and ask if there are any members who would like to claim time in opposition. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment rescinds money that was provided to ICE and CBP in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the Secure America Act. I guess it wasn't enough that Democrats wanted to zero out the ICE and border protection in the appropriations bill this past fall. Now they want to zero it out from reconciliation. You know, the Department of Homeland Security funding in the Big Beautiful Bill was to clean up the mess created by the Democrat border crisis under the Biden administration. You know, those were month after month of hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossings. President Trump shut that down. Now the Democrats want to take away the funding. We can't allow that border crisis to happen again, and we must remain vigilant in monitoring how cartels, human traffickers, and other bad actors, which apparently seems to have some support by my Democrat colleagues, respond to the changes President Trump has brought to our border. Our nation is safer today because of President Trump's leadership and the passage of the first reconciliation bill. Keeping the border secure has to be a top priority, and it's our responsibility as members of Congress. And let's not forget about Reconciliation 2.0. That reconciliation bill that we had to do because the Democrats shut down the Department of Homeland funding for 75 days. The reconciliation bill provided multiple years of funding to guard against the Democrats' efforts to defund border security. Funding helps support keeping border crossings at historic lows. Department of Homeland Security and CBP announced 13 consecutive months of zero releases at the border. Funding also helps fund ICE and Border Patrol despite the Democrats' outright refusal to do so. Let us not forget that while Democrats held DHS workers hostage in their crusade against paying ICE and CBP earlier this year, 4 terrorist attacks happened. On March 1st, 2026, a naturalized citizen from Mauritania, motivated by extreme ideology, opened fire at a crowd in Austin, Texas, killing 3 people and injuring several others. On March 7th, 2027, 2 suspects with stated allegiance to ISIS attempted to detonate 2 improvised explosive devices near the New York City mayor's residence in Manhattan, New York. On March 12th, 2026, a Lebanese-born naturalized American citizen ran his vehicle into the Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan, in an attempted target attack on the Jewish community. And on March 12th, 2026, Mohammed Balar Jallah, who had a prior conviction for attempting to aid ISIS, opened fire at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, killing 1 person and injuring others before being subdued by members of the Reserve Officers Training Corps. These are 4 examples that are a direct result of unsafe activity within the United States after the Democrats' war on our brave men and women at ICE and CBP. We're trying to make sure that we keep the border closed and we keep America safe. And with that, I urge opposition and a no vote against this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Watson-Coleman has 1 minute to close.
Take that minute to say how sick and tired I am of the absurdity of the lies that my Republican colleagues continue to offer. I don't know if it's because my colleagues are afraid of this corrupt president or if they believe in this inhumanity of this country. It is a lie that we are safer. It is a lie that we are protecting people in our country. And it is a lie that our nation is respected on the international stage. I urge my colleagues to sign on to and to support this amendment because there must be some humanity deep down inside of your fears, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from New Jersey. The question's on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Watson-Coleman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
We'll roll all these votes to the end, as we've agreed to. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mrs. Omar has an amendment. Clerk, designate that amendment for us. Staff, please distribute the copies, and then give me about 15 seconds, and we'll pitch you the ball.
Amendment number 7, being considered 8th to adjust spending in Function 600, offered by Ms. Omar.
I yield to the gentlelady from Minnesota 4 minutes, and then a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would reverse the SNAP cuts from the big, ugly bill. Congressional Republicans got what they wanted. Last year, they made the largest cut to SNAP benefits in the program's history. Now, they have kicked millions of Americans off food assistance at a time when the price of groceries is only going up by burdening families and states with more paperwork and administrative costs. Since that bill became law, SNAP participants has fallen by more than 4 million people nationwide. And at least 1.5 million children no longer receive SNAP benefits. Children in all of our districts will go hungry because of the reckless decisions made by Republicans in this room. So I ask my Republican colleagues to just think about what has already happened in your own states this past year. In Texas, 291,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. In California, 156,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. In Louisiana, 83,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. In Ohio, 50,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. In Michigan, 51,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. In Kansas, 10,000 children have lost SNAP benefits. This will only get worse. But instead of funding nutrition assistance, this resolution hands $60 billion to the Pentagon to fund an illegal war. Instead of asking the wealthy to pay up a fraction of what they have already been given, Republicans are taking food away from children and families in their own districts. My amendment would stop this madness and provide vital resources to the people who need it. It is long past time to restore and protect SNAP. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there a member who'd like to claim time in opposition? The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak against the amendment. This amendment would repeal the SNAP reforms enacted in the One Big Beautiful Bill and raise taxes on hardworking Americans to offset these reforms achieved by that law. By eliminating these important reforms, the amendment would undo the work of President Trump and congressional Republicans to restore accountability and prioritize work in SNAP, preserving the program for those who truly need it. Republicans support a strong safety net, but it must be accountable, fiscally responsible, and focused on helping Americans move toward self-sufficiency. States are long overdue to have some level of responsibility when it comes to the administration of SNAP benefits. In 2025 alone, nearly 11% of SNAP payments, over $10 billion, were made improperly by states, including my own Commonwealth of Virginia. The problem has steadily worsened. Since 2019, the national SNAP payment error rate has nearly doubled, rising from 6.8% to nearly 11%. States with persistently high payment error rates should be held accountable. Taxpayer dollars intended for vulnerable Americans should not be lost because of inadequate safeguards or poor administration. I'm sure the gentlelady from Minnesota would agree. Requiring states with high payment error rates to contribute modestly to the cost of SNAP benefits as included in H.R. 1 incentivizes them to be more efficient administrators, minimize improper payments, and ensure SNAP benefits go to those who truly need them. The One Big Beautiful Bill also reinforced work as the pathway out of poverty by strengthening SNAP work requirements. SNAP should be a bridge to independence, not a permanent destination. In 2022, only 16% of able-bodied adults without dependents who are required to work 20 hours a week satisfied the SNAP work requirement. Before H.R. 1, most able-bodied adults without dependents were not subject to work requirements due to geographic waivers, a massive loophole in the work requirement that allows states like California, Illinois, Nevada, and the District of Columbia to completely waive work requirements, undermining congressional intent. By strengthening work requirements and closing loopholes like geographic waivers, H.R. 1 helped restore work and self-sufficiency as core principles of the program, while preserving benefits for the most vulnerable members of our society. Overall, repealing these reforms would move SNAP in the wrong direction and weaken the long-term sustainability of the program for Americans who depend on it most. Republicans are committed to protecting safety net programs for those who are truly in need, while promoting self-sufficiency to create a thriving economy full of employed workers. More broadly, these policy questions belong before the authorizing committees, not in the budget resolution before us today. We have full confidence in our colleagues on authorizing committees to protect these policies, which strengthened SNAP and restored fiscal responsibility. In addition, repealing the tax relief enacted in H.R. 1 would be devastating for American families, for American workers, and for American small businesses. These reforms prevented massive tax increases, strengthened economic growth, and gave families and job creators the certainty they need to succeed. Reversing them would mean higher taxes, less investment, fewer jobs, and slower economic growth. These tax cuts protected the average taxpayer from a 22% or $1,700 tax hike. 1 year after enactment, the OBBBA is already delivering measurable results across the American economy and providing needed relief for workers and families. Record tax refunds in 2026 averaged nearly $3,300, up 11% from 2025, allowing Americans to keep more of their hard-earned tax dollars. 97% of filers received a tax cut this past filing season who would have otherwise owed taxes absent the working families tax cuts. Tax relief was concentrated among American families and workers earning under $200,000. 96% of filers receiving a tax cut earned less than $200,000, and nearly 70% of filers receiving a tax cut earned less than $100,000. Democrats continue to repeat tired, false narratives. The U.S. has one of the most progressive tax codes in the developed world, according to the Fraser Institute. The OBBBA and its predecessor, the TCJA, both maintained this progressivity. On corporate taxes, Democrats again ignore the facts. At 35%, the U.S. had the highest corporate tax rate among developed nations. TCJA cut it to 21%, bringing it in line with global peers. At a time when families continue to face higher costs due to the Biden administration's failed economic policies, Congress should protect tax relief that we passed last year, not take it away. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now recognize Ms. Omar for her closing remarks.
Well, I hope the gentleman knows that over 100,000 people in Virginia have already been kicked off their SNAP benefits, and states already have financial penalties for having high error rates. An error does not equal to fraud. And I just want you all to understand that this program is essential for people to have access to food. We are talking about food, life-saving, necessary item for humans to exist. And when you talk about tax cuts for people's hard-earned money, you gave $1 trillion in tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires while you're starving American children. That doesn't sit well with me, it doesn't sit well with my constituents, and I hope it doesn't sit well with you either. I urge you all to support this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota. The question's now on agreeing to that amendment offered by Ms. Omar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no? Or opposed, no? The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The vote will, that is, the roll call votes requested, and we'll roll all that at the last part of the hearing. Any other amendments? Ms. Capter, the clerk will designate your amendment and distribute copies of it. And why don't you just go after about 10 seconds and you get the first 4 minutes. We'll have a rebuttal and you'll close with a minute. Just go at your leisure.
Amendment number 9 on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, offered by Ms. Capter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members, I offer a life support amendment to assure the American people who live in tough straits have enough food to eat. Inflation is rising due to the undeclared war on Iran and the Trump administration tariffs in places like I represent on Canada and elsewhere. Economists estimate already the average household is already paying $2,300 more per year for food, plus what is required to pay for basics like the water bill and the utility bill. Must I remind our colleagues, you already cut SNAP benefits, food benefits, in a prior reconciliation bill, including the big, beautiful bonanza bill, I like to call it, the billionaire bonanza bill. We saw Elon Musk just became a trillionaire. Meanwhile, thousands and thousands of people across the district that I represent, and I dare say every single person on this committee represents, they can't afford basics, starting with food. I would like to urge my colleagues to go to any food bank in your district. I'll go with you. Or a church group, or Salvation Army, the good-hearted people trying to help feed the needy in our country. And who are those needy? Well, those who are disabled and ill. A lot of them are in wheelchairs. If you don't have people like that in your district, come to mine. Children, hungry children, senior citizens, especially those who live on less than $2,500 a month. How'd you like to live on less than $2,500 a month? Disabled vets. They even have a special day for veterans. A lot of these distribution sites. Working people who don't earn enough to buy what members of Congress can buy. These are people who clean your offices, they wash your cars, they're sales clerks in these mega stores that can't afford to buy what they push across the counter as you go in and buy something. So food is really basic. And your amendment, or your bill, simply takes more away from those who have so little. I think we as a Congress should reject further Republican extreme cuts to SNAP, and it is clear you have no hesitation in cutting nutrition benefits to families, and you make it harder for people to get along. Forcing states to either pay for the program themselves or frankly kicking people off. And I can guarantee you every single food bank and church outlet and Salvation Army group that I represent, they are all having more and more people flock in. So something isn't working at the national level. I really urge my colleagues to support this amendment, but more importantly, when you go back home to your districts, go visit some of these churches. Go visit the Salvation Army. Go visit those that are helping to collect extra food for veterans. You're going to find an America that you haven't discovered before. So my amendment rejects Republicans' continued betrayal of Americans who rely on SNAP to keep food on their table, and it rejects further extremist cuts to SNAP, and I would ask for your support. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Ohio. Does any member wish to claim time in opposition? Mr. Brackeen from Oklahoma. I recognize my friend now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make this expedited. The more the words, less the meaning. Ultimately, this amendment is unnecessary. It's politically motivated. The budget resolution has nothing to do nor directs anything in regard to SNAP. I think most of us recognize that a resolution sets top-line framework dollar accounts. It does not direct policy. And so there is a spending element that the House Ag Committee is going to take up, but it's not a reduction. And so I just want to reiterate, this is unnecessary, it's politically motivated, and we don't do policy on a fiscal framework. I urge a no vote.
Well, 4 minutes remaining. I won't take the bait, and I will yield back to Ms. Capter for her 1 minute closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I just want to put something on the record here. The state that I represent has seen a 7.34% decrease in SNAP participants since the Billionaire Bonanza Bill was enacted a year ago. And these figures are of this past March. Specifically, in July of 2025, when OBRA was passed, there were 1,446,000 Ohioans participating in SNAP. As of March 2026, that number has fallen to 1,339,000. It's below that now because these numbers were taken a few months ago. But according to census data, right now, 1 of 8 Americans are estimated to be food insecure. And you don't have to believe the census. All you have to do is take your car and go somewhere to these distribution sites and see what's happening across this country. Maybe Oklahoma's exempt. I don't believe that it is, but I would just ask for consideration of my amendment and a yes vote to stand up for people in our country who can't afford the price of food today, and those numbers are rising from coast to coast. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The question's on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Capter. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. Recorded vote is being requested, and pursuant to our agreement, we'll roll that all up at the end. Are there other amendments? Ms. Jayapal from Washington, the clerk will designate your amendment and distribute copies, and I'll just say after he's finished, go at your leisure for 4 minutes and then a 1-minute closing.
Amendment number 10 on Medicaid, offered by Ms. Jayapal.
Should I go ahead, Mr. Chair? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would stop Republicans from stripping Medicaid from the 67 million Americans that rely on the program by blocking Republicans from making any further funding cuts or changes that put more barriers in the way of Medicaid enrollment. Budgets are a series of choices, and over again, Republicans make it clear that they do not care about the American people and their struggles. Instead, they prioritize propping up the wealthiest Americans and giant corporations that fund their campaigns. Last year, in the Big Bad Betrayal Bill passed by Republicans, in order to give $4 trillion in tax breaks for corporations and the wealthy, Republicans slashed health care from over 8 million Americans with drastic cuts and changes to Medicaid and the ACA. They kicked 4 million people off of basic food assistance by slashing SNAP. 3.8 million still stand to lose Medicaid or children's health insurance coverage. And as a result of ACA rollbacks, Americans are facing health insurance premiums spiking by 58%. In the richest country in the world, Mr. Chairman, 9% of Americans are completely uninsured and roughly 25% are underinsured, meaning even if they've got insurance, they can't afford their medical bills. That's why we have over $220 billion in medical debt in America. That is over 116 million people in America who are uninsured or underinsured. Now, Republicans are making another choice. Instead of helping Americans afford health care or gas, groceries, housing, they want us to give another $73 billion in your taxpayer dollars to this illegal forever war of choice in Iran. Another $73 billion to the Pentagon. The only federal agency that has never passed an audit has actually failed 8 audits and is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. We simply cannot allow Donald Trump and Republicans to continue to steal from the American people. Donald Trump promised to, quote, love and cherish Medicaid, but he lied, just like he has on so many things. Just a few months ago, he made his priorities clear again when he said, quote, it is not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all of these individual things at the federal level because we're fighting wars. Let's be clear. This war on Iran is illegal. It has already killed 14 U.S. service members and injured many more. It's killed thousands of civilians in Iran and Lebanon and displaced millions more. Gas prices are back up, and everything costs more. But are Republican colleagues doing anything to address this affordability crisis? No, they just want to do the bidding of Donald Trump again, who says that affordability is, quote, a hoax. The simple truth is that my colleagues are prioritizing an illegal war over lowering costs for families or reversing Medicaid cuts. Medicaid is the single most important program helping kids and working families, including pregnant women and children with disabilities. Medicaid and CHIP cover nearly 40% of all children and more than 40% of all births. Medicaid also provides 1 year of postpartum coverage in nearly every state with little or no out-of-pocket costs. Medicaid is the primary payer of long-term services and supports for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. These services help people live full and independent lives, and they include assistance with daily living activities, meal preparation, medication management, and other life-saving services. It's also the single largest payer in the country for behavioral health services, helping people with mental health and substance use disorders. At a minimum, this protects Medicaid and refuses to allow Republicans to slash your health care to pay for an illegal war in Iran with more money to this Department of Forever Wars. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there a member who'd like to claim time in opposition? The gentleman from the Keystone State, Mr. Smucker, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Jayapal my friend Ms. Jayapal talked about a number of issues, but I'd specifically like to talk about Medicaid and what is included in this amendment. And I agree with much of her statement, particularly the ending when you talked about the importance of Medicaid to people who truly need that, disabled, pregnant women, children, and so on. And I think most people on both sides of the aisle would agree that Medicaid is important for people who truly need it. And I think most of us are proud to be in a country where there is truly a safety net for individuals who need it. Where I do not agree is with this notion that Republicans in the One Big Beautiful Bill reduced the spending to Medicaid. In fact, spending for Medicaid is going to increase each year, even after the changes that were made affecting cost of Medicaid in One Big Beautiful Bill. In fact, it's going to increase more than the cost of inflation in each year for the next 10 years, which is the period that we looked at in that bill. Well over, it's going to be, we're spending last year, I think, about $660 billion in reimbursements to states. That's going to increase to over $1 trillion, according to CBO, even after what we've done in the One Big Beautiful Bill. What we tried to accomplish in One Big Beautiful Bill, and Ms. Jayapal talked about waste, fraud, and abuse in the Department of Defense. I agree with her on that too. We should be looking at that. The Department of Defense hasn't passed an audit in years, and so I completely agree with that. But I'd love to hear Democrats talk about waste, fraud, and abuse in some of these other programs as well, because to the extent that it exists, and I'm going to give some examples, that means that someone who really needs it isn't getting those dollars, and that's what we were trying to get at in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's why I'm grateful for this war on fraud that the president has embarked on, and for some of the work that the department, CMS, and Medicare, Medicaid have already undertaken. Some of the examples of fraud are absolutely staggering. There was the 2026 Healthcare Fraud Takedown, which is the name of a coordinated effort among agencies, charged, just hear this, 455 defendants who robbed the federal government of $6.5 billion. That's $6.5 billion that should have gone to vulnerable Americans who need the dollars, and instead went to fraudsters. They impersonated physicians. They hurt patients by providing unnecessary services. They stole Medicare beneficiary identification numbers. They use the guise of medical services to run money laundering schemes. That's not what Medicare should be used for. Between 2019 and 2024, the number of home health providers in California rose 66%, about twice as much as nationwide. In South Florida, there are 20 times more durable medical equipment providers than McDonald's franchises. 20 times more durable medical equipment providers than McDonald's franchises. To rein in that fraud, CMS has announced a 6-month moratorium on enrollment of new DMA providers. California's spending on in-home health care has soared to $33 billion from $14 billion in 2019. In response, CMS has suspended 900 hospice and home health care agencies suspected of fraud just in the city of Los Angeles, out of a total of 1,800 hospice and home health providers. Half of them probably were fronts for criminal organizations. How do we know that? Only 4% of those 900 hospice providers literally called CMS back to contest them being dropped from reimbursement. These are criminal organizations that are stealing money from Americans who are vulnerable and who need those dollars. That's what we're trying to get at with the changes that have been made in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So Republicans in Congress stand behind the Trump administration in aggressively combating healthcare fraud. We think all hard-earned American taxpayer dollars that are being spent should go to America's most vulnerable and not stolen by fraudsters. This amendment would hamstring those efforts, in my view, and so I urge a no vote.
I thank the gentleman and yield Ms. Jayapal 1 minute and now 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate my friend across the aisle. I would love to work with you on an amendment to stop increasing funding to the Pentagon until they pass an audit. They should really have to pay every time they fail an audit, but Republicans have continued to increase spending to the Pentagon, as we're doing here. I hope we can change that. Let me speak to this question of what actually happened with the big bad betrayal bill. And this is according to the CBO. The recent Republican budget packages slashed federal Medicaid spending by roughly $1 trillion over a decade, representing the largest cuts to the program in its 60-year history. And the way that this was done was not by going after fraud from institutional providers. My colleague is correct that there's, I can't see you over there, I'm trying to look over my microphone. My colleague is correct that there's a lot of institutional fraud. Of the fraud that's committed within Medicaid, it is primarily institutional fraud. But you're not going after the institutional fraud. You're putting in barriers to stop people from actually accessing Medicaid. And that is a big part of the problem. We're kicking people off of Medicaid when there's actually the studies by the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General, say that intentional fraud committed by the individuals receiving Medicaid benefits is exceedingly rare. The vast majority of fraud is coming from institutional actors like pharmaceutical providers or diagnostic labs or other corporations that are involved. That's not what the big bad betrayal bill went after. It went after individuals who are actually getting the health care that they desperately need. And so I think that when we come back to this, the reality is we kicked a lot of people off of health care, off of Medicaid with the big bad betrayal bill, and that's why I hope we can pass my amendment.
Only because you're my classmate, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, appreciate
I give
you.
you 30 extra seconds and go another 30. Sit back and hear the dialogue, respectful and thoughtful between two classmates. Look, Ms. Jayapal's questions or the questions on agreeing to her amendment, all those in favor, aye. All those no, opposed, no. The noes have it. I thought you might want a roll call vote. We're going to roll all votes to the end of the markup. Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. Any other questions or amendments, rather?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. The clerk will designate Ms. Chu's amendment. The staff will distribute copies. And Ms. Chu, after we hear from our clerk, at your leisure, you have your first 4 minutes.
Amendment number 11 on the Affordable Care Act, offered by Ms. Chu.
My amendment would prevent Republicans from doing any further damage to the Affordable Care Act than they have already by prohibiting future attempts to reduce ACA enrollment or benefits. This amendment is necessary because Republicans have spent years and taken every possible opportunity to attack the ACA and the Americans who rely on it. Their big, ugly bill slashed more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and Affordable Care Act coverage, which has already resulted in 8 million Americans losing their health insurance. And when you combine the big, ugly law with Republicans' refusal to extend the enhanced ACA tax credits, they will ultimately kick 15 million Americans off the rolls while doubling premiums for over 20 million Americans. For my constituent Laura from Pasadena, it was more than double. Her monthly premium for the least expensive plan on the marketplace jumped from $56 to $552, an 886% increase. My amendment simply says, enough. If Republicans truly have no plans to further weaken the Affordable Care Act, then they should have no problem supporting this amendment. But I also want to address a glaring and inexcusable omission from this budget: disaster aid for those who were devastated from various disasters, such as hurricanes in North Carolina, floods in Texas, and wildfires, such as in my California district, the Eaton fire specifically affecting Altadena and Pasadena. Last January, this Eaton fire destroyed these communities, 6,000 single-family homes, and tragically took the lives of 19 of our neighbors, the majority of whom were elderly and disabled. Like Anthony Mitchell Sr., a 68-year-old father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who was known for bringing people together, and his son Justin, who was born with cerebral palsy and lit up the room with his smile. Anthony and Justin both died waiting for help they would never receive. Now, 18 months later, our communities are struggling to recover. Today, 2 out of 3 Eaton and Palisades fire survivors have not yet returned home. Of the 6,000 homes that were destroyed, half have yet to initiate the rebuilding process at all. And every single day that aid is delayed, recovery becomes more expensive and exhausting for survivors who can't afford it. But there is a simple solution to ending this suffering. President Trump and Republicans can fulfill Governor Newsom's disaster supplemental request in full without political strings attached. A supplemental funding request that is a fraction of what Republicans are demanding today and would provide much-needed funds to accelerate rebuilding and ensure full recovery. We need to help Americans at their lowest point in their lives. Instead, this committee is considering a budget that ignores disaster survivors while continuing to make life harder for working families. Every day, I speak to my constituents who've endured the unimaginable and are doing everything in their power to rebuild their lives. They are simply asking their government to keep its promise. And that's why I find the legislation we are considering today to be so egregious and offensive. We do not need billions more for an illegal, ineffective war. We do not need billions to disenfranchise legal voters. But what we do need is to help survivors right now. Every day that we continue to delay this aid is a feckless abdication of the responsibility we were all sworn to uphold.
Chair, thanks. Ms. Chu, is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Dow is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to say that I strongly oppose this amendment. And let's be clear about what this does. This amendment would make it harder to improve a program that continues to face serious questions about improper payments, eligibility verification, and program integrity. This would effectively protect Obamacare from meaningful oversight by requiring a 60% threshold before the House could even consider improvements to the system. This is not a thoughtful policy, Mr. Chairman. This is an exercise in protecting an ideological agenda that is hurting our constituents. Congress has a duty to ensure taxpayer subsidies are reserved for those who are legally eligible and who have knowingly enrolled in coverage. When concerns arise about improper enrollments, weak eligibility controls, or billions in federal spending, our response should be greater oversight, not procedural roadblocks. And my colleagues continue to mock our reconciliation bill, and I think that we should take a look at the things that they're telling you that they don't support. Because that's what Democrats are doing by saying they're mocking this bill, but what they're saying is they don't support no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. They support raising taxes on senior Social Security, and they support unchecked fraud, robbing taxpayers. That's exactly what they are doing. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, they love to talk about coverage as if that is all that healthcare is. But we all know this isn't the case. All you need to do is look at the plans on the Obamacare exchange, the premiums, the out-of-pocket maxes, the deductibles. It is ridiculous, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know it. If you notice, it's always the middle class that gets squeezed. If you're poor in this country, there's Medicaid. If you're wealthy, you can withstand bad policy like Obamacare. But it is the middle class folks in my district and around the country that take the brunt of it. Obamacare bankrupts them while Democrats act as if they're doing some service. I will not support an amendment that asks us to protect bureaucracy in a broken system. I reject that premise, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Chu is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Let me reemphasize what this committee could be doing today. We could be working to make life more affordable for working-class families struggling to get by. We could be restoring health care coverage to millions of Americans who were stripped of it just to bankroll billionaire tax cuts. We could be advancing aid for natural disaster survivors to rebuild and heal from the darkest days of their lives. But we're not doing any of that. This is a slap in the face to the countless people who need health care to fight cancer, diabetes, and other diseases. It's a slap in the face to the countless survivors in my district and across the country who have experienced the unimaginable and are begging for help. We do not abandon people after disaster. We do not make people's lives fall apart. We must do everything in our power to support and uplift them in their greatest time of need. Today, we could have done that, but we clearly are not. And so, if I understand the current instructions don't indicate further changes being made to the ACA. If that is the case, why not reaffirm it with this amendment and ensure that it's safeguarded? I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Chair, I have an amendment, excuse me, I believe it's Amendment 12.
Clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 12 to add a policy statement on taxpayer funds offered by Mr. Tonko.
Do we wait a little to distribute? Okay. Mr. Tonko of New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My amendment will ensure that no taxpayer funds are given to any individuals who assaulted law enforcement on January 6th of 2021. One of Donald Trump's first actions upon resuming the office of the presidency was to pardon the more than 1,600 insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. This violent mob ripped down doors, broke through windows, and beat law enforcement officers to storm the Capitol to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, the hallmark of our democracy. I will never forget the extraordinary bravery of law enforcement to keep the light of democracy alive for us all. Our democracy held, but at tremendous cost. More than 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and 5 officers died because of the horrific events of that day. Now, more than 5 years later, this president has attempted to reward those same violent criminals with taxpayer dollars. This is a dizzying level of executive overreach that is representative of this entire administration. This budget does nothing to change that reality or rein in this out-of-control president. In fact, this whole process has been a complete and total farce. The administration has resumed bombing Iran, prolonging the president's illegal war of choice. We haven't even received a proper estimate of the monetary cost of this conflict from the Department of Defense, and this resolution is set to give them a blank check for $73 billion more. As the president has spent billions on bombs, working Americans are struggling with rising costs at home. Worse, it's clear that those hardships could not be further from his mind. He has been dismissive of the real pain facing everyday Americans who are stuck with the consequences of this reckless action. Instead, he's been attempting to secure a $1.8 billion slush fund for his allies on the taxpayer's dime. Under the terms set out by Trump himself, thousands of individuals who claim the government was weaponized against them would be eligible for settlements from this fund. That would include the hundreds of insurrectionists who assaulted law enforcement on January 6th. These people are not victims, they are violent criminals, and taxpayers should not be forced to foot the bill for their actions. That is theft from the American people on the terms of a president who has dismissed the struggles of everyday Americans at every turn. While the administration claims that this slush fund has been withdrawn, they do not all seem to be on the same page. And so this is preventative therapy. In particular, the president does not seem to be on that page. We must pass my amendment to absolutely ensure that this theft does not take place on our watch. We must protect the American people from current and future executive overreach. They are watching our every action when they know we can help them, protect them, and save them from unnecessary tax dollars being spent. We must reassure and reassert our congressional authority. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to this amendment? Mr. Gill of Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not a serious amendment. It's entirely unrelated to the matter that we're working on before the committee. Today, this committee is considering the fiscal year 2027 budget resolution, which in addition to setting budget aggregates and levels of new budget authority and outlays for the functional categories, provides reconciliation instructions for authorizing committees, notably not directives on Justice Department litigation. I think rather than debating the budget before us, Democrats are again attempting to relitigate January 6th through an amendment that falls entirely outside the scope of this resolution. I don't think that any American should ever be targeted by the federal government because of their politics, their beliefs, or their association with a president. But for years, Americans watched the Biden administration weaponize the justice system against President Trump, eroding confidence in our nation's principle of equal justice under the law. Americans watched the Biden administration use the FACE Act to go after peaceful pro-life advocates, including elderly grandmothers, while churches and pregnancy resource centers were vandalized and attacked with virtual impunity. That's not equal justice under the law. That is lawfare. We saw that and we're sick of it. And it's exactly why so many Americans lost faith in our justice system. If the federal government broke the law or abused its authority, victims deserve due process, but those deliberations on how that should operate shouldn't be litigated through this committee. It should be done elsewhere, as we all know. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, but let's also be really clear here. The reason that Democrats are opposed to this reconciliation bill is not because of an anti-weaponization fund, and it's certainly not on the principle of fiscal prudence. This is the same party that last presidency passed the American Rescue Plan, which increased our debt by almost $2 trillion with zero pay-fors. The reason that the other side of the aisle is opposed to this legislation is because it has the Save America Act in it, And we have seen time and time again Democrats fighting against Republican efforts to ensure that illegal aliens are not voting in our elections, which is particularly relevant, by the way, after 4 years of Democrats intentionally and deliberately flooding our country with over 10 million illegal aliens. Republicans are wanting to put some sanity back into public policy. It makes me wonder, perhaps, if any of our friends on the other side of the aisle, who have so many great ideas for where our government money should go, would support the Save America Act if we attached perhaps funding for puberty blockers for 3-year-olds to it. What if we attached a provision that defunded the police? Would they support the Save America Act then? They're talking about national security. Instead of funding national security, what if we defunded America's military? Would we get support for this reconciliation bill then? What if we abolished prisons? What if we abolished the Senate as the Democratic Socialists of America are proposing, the new leaders in the Democrat Party? What if we gave food stamps, Medicaid, and free housing for illegal aliens, the things that the other side of the aisle shut the government down over last fall? What if we provided funding to give teenagers abortions without parental consent at taxpayer expense? Would that get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to support this bill? I don't know, but I think that this amendment is not serious. It's not germane to what we're discussing, and I would like to ensure that illegal aliens are not voting in our elections, that our military is funded properly, and that we can bring sanity back to our country. So that said, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, sir. Well, America's fully aware of the disingenuous nature of this administration, their reach to alternative facts when they need to reinforce their thinking, total myths and lies that and manufactured stats that enforce their thinking and their legislative agenda. Look, we heard the pledges: cut costs by day one, no forever wars. Instead, what do we get? A re-involvement in a heightened sense with Iran, a denial of nutrition programs for innocent victims, taking a chainsaw to healthcare coverage for tens of thousands of individuals in each of our districts. Look, we heard it all today, characterizing Trump as stopping the gravy train while he made some $2.4 trillion outside the office of presidency in just 1 year. This all points to the hypocrisy, the disingenuous and callous nature of this administration. It is time for us to deal with facts, to address the needs of our American families. You know, talk about stealing dollars. Yeah, we've seen this firsthand. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Tonko. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request to report.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 13 to adjust spending in function 920, offered by Mr. McGarvey.
Mr. McGarvey of Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, I'm happy to deliver these remarks. To paraphrase Maya Angelou, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Forget what the Republicans are saying here today. Watch what they do. Last July, Republicans cut more than $1 trillion from Americans' health care. Those cuts haven't even gone into effect yet. Already, a birthing center and specialty clinic in Louisville, Kentucky are closing and threatening to close. Last month, Republicans forced through $70 billion for ICE. This is on top of the $170 billion that they gave them the year before. And then just last week, untrained ICE agents who have enlisted in Trump's personal army shot 2 more Americans dead on our streets. Now, Republicans, they've brought us back here again to write Donald Trump a $95 billion check to pay for his Iran war, which continues to make all of us poorer and our world less safe, no matter how many times he declares victory. By the way, Republican budget staff testified earlier today that this bill is going to increase the debt of our country by, you guessed it, $95 billion. They are showing you who they are. Believe them. They will do nothing today to make your next trip to the grocery store or gas station less painful. Nothing to make your health insurance premiums cheaper. Nothing for those of you with young kids or aging parents, or both. Because none of those things benefit Donald Trump, and all the Republicans do here is Donald Trump's bidding. The last 18 months, they have hurt. Trump's policies have driven inflation higher and made the cost of everything go up. It's relentless. It's exhausting. But while your family's bottom line took a beating in 2025, Donald Trump reported making $2.2 billion. A man who spent years playing a billionaire on TV while reporting losses to the IRS, won the presidency, and finally turned a profit. He sleeps in the White House. He flies on Air Force One. But president is just a title. His real job is selling crypto. He sold meme coins that left his own supporters holding the bag while his family became $500 million richer. He sold nearly half his crypto company to Emirati investors for another $500 million. And then he goes around and he openly brags about not prosecuting crypto crimes. Every scheme is different. The pattern's always the same. Donald Trump turns public office into private profit. He sells access to the White House for a living, and now he's turning the White House into another opportunity for a payoff. We all watched in horror last year as he tore down the East Wing of the White House. But even worse now is watching him solicit donations from billionaires, tech and tobacco companies, defense contractors, and dozens of individuals and firms who profit from decisions made by our government. Even now, as he collects secret private money for his ballroom, he's trying to use nearly $400 million in taxpayer funds to pay for it too. Taxpayers didn't ask the president to tear down the White House. Taxpayers must not be forced to pay for rebuilding it as a personal monument. This amendment makes sure they won't. We should block this funding. We must demand transparency from Trump or any president on a project like this. I don't expect to rein in all of Donald Trump's corruption in just one amendment. But let's start here by supporting this amendment. I reserve.
Chair, thanks, Mr. McGarvey, and thanks for the correction on the state. I was so confident I said Kentucky, I had to ask staff, like, why is he correcting me? So apologize for that. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stutzman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a hard time understanding the fixation that the Democrats have with the ballroom. This, to me, is one of those pieces where we could be supportive in a bipartisan manner, because hopefully not anytime soon, but someday there's going to be a Democrat president in the White House again. And, we know that past presidents have made changes to the White House that were needed. Now, you could argue that some maybe weren't needed. Franklin Roosevelt overhauled the West Wing. He added a second floor, a larger basement, and a swimming pool. Does the White House really need a swimming pool? You could argue, no, but I'll tell you what, the ballroom is for people. It's for larger gatherings. It's for events. And I am sure everyone in this room, on this committee, has been to an event at the White House, whether it was with President Obama or whether it was President Biden, whether it was President Trump or President Bush before that. To me, this is something that has even become personal. I was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, sitting towards the back when we just sat down, starting our salads, eating our dinner. I was sitting beside a lady who had immigrated from Ukraine, and we were talking about the fact that she, in this country, Americans in this country, have such access to elected officials. And all of a sudden, we heard gunshots go off about 60 to 75 feet behind us, right outside the center doors. And a madman, another madman, is trying to get in to assassinate the President of the United States. And in that moment, whether you were Republican, whether you were Democrat, whether you were conservative, liberal, it didn't matter, because our lives were in danger. We didn't know what was going to happen in that moment. And thankfully, the Secret Service did their job, No one was killed or injured badly. But this is the third assassination attempt on this president, the President of the United States. And if we can't all agree, Republicans and Democrats, that the security of our president is a high priority, something is wrong in this town. And the fact that President Trump is willing to find private dollars, also using public dollars for, and I would encourage you to see the plans of what the plans are to build more safety and security for those attending the White House. I mean, if you go down to the White House for a Christmas event or for the Easter egg roll, we all know the entrance into that particular amazing property, but there's ways that we can be sure that people are even safer. And it's not just about President Trump. And so to me, trying to defund this and stripping the funding out for the ballroom is short-sighted. I think it's petty. This is something that we can all appreciate as Americans, and it's going to be used for future generations. Working together, we can keep this. I'd ask Democrats and Republicans to defeat this amendment. Let's actually find a spot where we can say, this is going to be used by Democrats down the road. This is going to be used. President Trump probably won't even use this ballroom by the time it's finished. And so the fixation of President Trump just needs to stop at some point, because political violence, sadly, has become more common than it ever should be. A lot of this violence has been driven by violent rhetoric, particularly those on the far left. There's numerous examples. 8647. There was a teacher from Indiana that stood outside the White House. She was a teacher with her students with her at a trip to Washington, D.C. with a shirt that said 8647, calling people to fight back in the streets, calling Trump a Nazi. Obama states that motives were unclear before condemning the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. So this is the sort of stuff that just needs to stop. And together, let's just show the American people that there is a moment and a place where we can come together as Americans and celebrate the greatness of America, our democracy, our Constitution, our republic. And that's where the White House ballroom can be a place for us to celebrate that. So I would ask that you defeat this amendment, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McGarvey from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleagues' calls for bipartisanship. I would just say this amendment is not about right versus left. This amendment is about right versus wrong. I'll start off with the president's own words about this ballroom. Quote, what Donald Trump said is, it won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it. And it pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. This is before he ripped it down past the studs, ripped apart the people's house, not his house, didn't ask Congress if he could do it, and didn't have a way to pay for it. Let's get to the pay-fors, because that seemed to be an issue for my colleague who wanted to talk about safety concerns. The $400 million in this budget that is going towards Trump's personal ballroom is actually being taken away from the Secret Service, which is tasked with protecting the President of the United States. If you're worried about security, you should put that $400 million back in the hands of the Secret Service agents who put their life on the line for the President. But I opened this by saying, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Watch how my colleagues vote on this amendment. See who believes that no president should use his office to enrich himself and his family by billions. See who believes our government should not be for sale to the highest bidder. See who believes that the White House belongs to the American people, not to one man. I urge my colleagues to reject corruption, reject cronyism, reject abuse of power and abuse of office by supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. McGarvey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 14 to adjust spending in function 270 offered by Mr. Ama.
Mr. Ama of Rhode Island is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would reverse the energy cuts in the big ugly law that are driving up costs and making it more expensive for working families to power their homes and fuel their vehicles. 2 years ago, President Trump made a promise to rapidly drive prices down. I think it's pretty clear that that hasn't happened. Under his so-called leadership, energy prices have gone in one direction. That's up. First, Trump worked with Republicans to pass his big ugly law, which gutted the Inflation Reduction Act's energy programs and tax credits, programs that were working to lower energy costs for Americans. Then, because that didn't seem to hurt working families enough, Trump launched an illegal war with Iran to jack up your energy costs even further. Now, they're asking Americans to pay for a war that has made lives more expensive. Since Trump launched his unauthorized war of choice, Rhode Island families have spent an extra $350 on gas, and that's part of nearly $1,000 in higher costs families have struggled to shoulder since the start of this war. Democrats have shared statistics, brought in experts, and introduced people who have felt the pain of these actions, and nothing. It hasn't changed how Republicans vote. It hasn't changed what Republicans are prioritizing. It doesn't change the fact that they will keep pushing for an unpopular agenda that nobody asked for. So, look, I'm done talking to the people in this room. I'm going to address the American people. America, your Republican members aren't listening to you. Time and again, you tell your elected officials that you need lower costs and more opportunity. You need an end to foreign wars and a safety net to catch you if you fall. What are Republicans doing? Finding more money for Trump's war of choice, supporting tariffs that jack up your costs and rip away your health care. Meanwhile, Trump is making billions more off the American people. Now, they're taking even more of your money to pay for a farm bailout that's only necessary because their high prices have made it hard for America's farmers to stay afloat. Once again, the party that claims to be about fiscal responsibility is ramming through a bill that would cause the deficit to balloon, just like the cost of the taxpayer-funded ballroom. They're putting it on you, the taxpayer's credit card, because they have no way to pay for it. And that's on top of the roughly $4.7 trillion they added to the national debt in their big ugly law last year. Now, look, I didn't think they could be any more indifferent to your pain, but as icing on the cake, they're trying to make it harder for you to vote too. You deserve lower costs and more opportunity. Instead, Republicans are burying the nation in a mountain of debt while actively jacking up prices. I ask my colleagues, how does this budget make the lives of the American people better? How? I know the answer. It's clear. It doesn't. I yield back.
Thank you for yielding. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Houchin of Indiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is a Democratic messaging effort, plain and simple. It's a half-hearted redistribution of wealth that would take economic growth that House Republicans fought so hard to deliver in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. House Republicans worked very hard to restore an energy strategy built on affordability and American production. Democrats want to reverse course and put us right back where we were under President Biden. We know what those policies looked like. By the end of President Biden's term, the ban on oil and natural gas leasing had cost our economy more than $33 billion in lost GDP. American families paid more to heat their homes and fill up their gas tanks. Manufacturers faced higher energy costs, and Americans were left with a less reliable electric grid. The Working Families Tax Cuts Act put an end to that failed approach. It repealed more than $500 billion in wasteful Green New Deal spending. It reopened our federal lands for oil and gas leasing, and it invested in reliable American energy, including in nuclear power and biofuels. Nuclear energy will be essential to powering America's future. It provides the stable and abundant energy needed to support the American manufacturing resurgence and the technological innovation we are seeing under President Trump's leadership. For states like Indiana, that's especially important. Affordable and reliable energy powers our manufacturers, supports our farmers, and keeps costs down for hard-working Hoosiers. Democrats want to revive the same failed policies that weakened our energy security and drove up costs. Republicans are focused on American energy dominance and independence. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Amo is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, the multiple times rebranded Big Beautiful Bill Working Families Tax Cut Act is the Working Families Price Increase Act. And my amendment is simple. It would reverse Trump and Republicans' big, ugly cuts that jacked up Rhode Islanders' energy bills. It would make it easier for Rhode Islanders to fill up their gas and heating oil tanks, and it would start restoring some of the roughly 1.7 million construction jobs threatened by Republicans' war on clean energy. Unlike the Republicans' plan, I'm not saddling working families in the nation with higher costs and more debt. My amendment is paid for by making the uber wealthy and corporations pay their fair share, including the president. I urge my Republican colleagues to see the light. Stop jacking up costs on Americans that are barely scraping by. Stop blindly following Trump's campaign to increase costs, carry on a chaotic war, and hurt our democracy. A vote for my amendment is a vote to make life more affordable. I yield back.
Question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Amo is on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to our agreement, we'll postpone all roll call votes until later in the markup. The committee now will vote on postponed roll call votes. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by my friend and ranking member, Mr. Boyle. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, offered by Mr. Boyle.
I know. The clerk will call the roll. Are there any? Go ahead.
Mr. Norman.
Pause.
Mr. Norman. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta. Ms. Watson-Coleman. Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar. Miss Omar. Miss Omar, aye. Miss Ballant. Miss Ballant, aye. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Miss Jayapal. Miss Jayapal, aye. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
How's McClintock recorded? And how's Panetta recorded? McClintock first.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McClintock is not recorded. Mr. McClintock, no.
How's Mr. Panetta recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Panetta is not recorded. Mr. Panetta, aye.
Any other members wish to vote who haven't voted or changed their vote? If not, the clerk shall report.
Oh, no, I got it.
Mr. Bailey, Mr. Bailey, How is the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Grothman is not recorded. Mr. Grothman, no.
Mr. Bailey, once again, I apologize, people are coming in. How's Mr. Burkeen recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Burkeen is recorded as no.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to double check on Burkeen. Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 19 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett from the great state of Texas. Clerk will redesignate that amendment.
Amendment number 2, offered by Mr. Doggett.
And now the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any members wish to change their vote or who haven't voted? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
In the opinion of the chairs, not in the opinion, the facts are that the noes have it. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Scott from Virginia. Clerk, redesignate the amendment, please.
Amendment number 3, offered by Mr. Scott.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? No. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any members wish to change their vote? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Peters from California. Clerk, please redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, offered by Mr. Peters.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock. No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman. No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman. No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy. Mr. Stutzman. No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle.
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman. Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anybody want to change their vote? If not, call the roll.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
Noes have it. Amendment's not agreed to. Committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta from California. Clerk, please redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, offered by Mr. Panetta.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman. Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Are there any members who want to change their vote? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now move to vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Ballant. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, considered 6th, offered by Ms. Ballant.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any member want to change their votes? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Watson-Coleman. The clerk will now redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, considered 7th, offered by Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any member wish to change their vote? If not, please report out.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to, and the committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Omar, and the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, considered 8th, offered by Ms. Omar.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anyone wish to change their votes? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Capter. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, offered by Ms. Capter.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairs no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anyone want to change their vote? Clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Jayapal. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, offered by Ms. Jayapal.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anybody want to change their vote? If not, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on an amendment offered by Ms. Chu. Clerk, please redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Ms. Chu.
Call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Chairs no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Tonko. And the clerk will redesignate the amendment and call the roll.
Amendment number 12, offered by Mr. Tonko. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? No. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
If no members want to change their vote, then clerk, please report.
On the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Garvey. The clerk will now redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, offered by Mr. McGarvey.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? No. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Amo. Please redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, offered by Mr. Amo.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any member wish to change their vote? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. And since there are no further amendments, I recognize the Vice Chairman, Mr. Smucker from Pennsylvania.
Sorry about that. I move the committee adopt the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters.
Questions on the adoption of the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 10, I now call up the text of the concurrent resolution on the budget. The legislative text incorporates the budget aggregates, functional levels, and other relevant items as previously agreed to. I recognize Vice Chairman Mr. Smucker for a motion to order the concurrent resolution reported to the House.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee on the budget order the concurrent resolution on the budget reported to the House with the recommendation that the resolution be adopted.
Questions on ordering the concurrent resolution on the budget to be favorably reported to the House? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request to record a vote.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman?
I didn't.
Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein? Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Bergman?
Aye.
Mr. Bergman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Stutzman, aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, aye. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen, aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, aye. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, no. Ms. Chu?
No.
Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, no. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, no. Mr. Chairman?
We done?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Any member wish to change their vote? Or a member who hasn't voted? If not, clerk, please report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 20 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is to agree to the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2027, and it's ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. I note for the...
Mr. Chairman, I asked for the requisite, you can hear me. I asked for the requisite number of days to submit minority views.
The request is granted.
Here, read this now.
I note for the record that the quorum is present. I recognize the Vice Chairman, Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that staff are authorized to make technical and conforming corrections and to calculate the remaining elements required in the concurrent resolution prior to the filing of the concurrent resolution, and that the fiscal year 2027 budget views and estimates of the committees of the House be issued as a committee print.
That objection, so ordered. Good job. Thank you. He's supposed to. As the vice chairman, or not vice chairman, ranking member leaves, let me thank him, especially with my colleagues present. We could not have done this. It could have gone on day. They have that basically control over that process. He was willing to do this in an expeditious fashion, continues to set a great tone, not only for this committee, but for the United States Congress. And for that, I'm very grateful for his friendship and his leadership. So thank you, Mr. Ranking Member Boyle. And that concludes today's business of the House Budget Committee. I want to thank everybody for their cooperation. God bless America. The committee stands adjourned.